Hello, everybody. And thank you for following Between Streams Overnight Mask, More Corb. And it looks like that's it. Thank you both so much for following us. I can talk. Hi!
Birthday LOL.
It is Adrian's birthday.
Adrian, you're so fucking. You're 13 months? That's not a real number.
Hi, Bubbly. Hi, Virtual Pets. Hi, Jake.
Hi, Jake.
Hi, Jake. Hi, Random Zero Factor. 13 months, that's true. We just finished doing our What We Do on Wednesday, What We Do in the Shadows watch with a few friends.
Yeah.
So we are fresh off the supply.
We're powerful. We've drunk deep.
It's true. It's
Hey,
true.
you boy hopscotch.
I'm noticing, staring at our KB, we might be in the red occasionally. I'm sorry about that, folks, but otherwise, you know, looks like we're doing okay. Let's see. Hi, you boy hopscotch. Hi, Kalish Jericho. Hi, Hello Monster. Hi, Sophie. We're leaning against my leg.
Alright, it's an art night, so I get to actually watch the feed. There's my phone.
This is me patting a dog very loud.
Sometimes I find where my phone is where I'm sitting because it's like the go live notification goes off. That's always kind of funny.
Is there a new one tomorrow? Yes, the original plan actually was that we were going to stream on Thursday and just to make waiting easier for us, but we're gonna do a friend Halloween horror night, so that'll be fun.
Or unless we go completely insane, but we're probably just gonna watch like horror movies. Hey, kill a lesbian!
Whoa. A whole year of
Oh god, we
years.
must be like
Best
close to when
year.
we first
Thanks
got
for the
like our
awesome
fucking
smile.
part, the whatever status we got.
Affiliate, yeah.
Yeah, these are all like our first fucking subbers.
Yeah, actually, you can only start getting subscriptions once you hit affiliate, so the first person who hit 12, because now we're getting 13 months, those were the first few ones. So yeah, fucking, it's
Gosh
been
dang.
a year and a month. Go figure.
Jeez.
That's crazy. Hi, Blue Yui.
Hey, local disastrix. And also thank you for sticking with us, Killer Lesbian.
Yeah, thank you so much, Killer Lesbian. What?
No, I see that number! Is what y'all just walked into.
Holy god.
3,223 and I are going on vacation next week. So here is some fun money for the Bugs and Frankie. Now I can
Gosh,
get into bed.
Thank you,
Random
holy
Zero
shit.
Factor. Let me read that out.
Thank you,
Jesus
Random
Christ.
Zero Factor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks. I have to let the horn talk for me. I'm slightly overwhelmed.
Cloud3223 and I are going on vacation next week, so here's fun money for Bugs and Frankie. Now I tumble into bed. Random Zero Factor, thank you so fucking much. Holy shit.
Holy
thank you. Have a
shit.
fun vacation.
Yeah, extremely have a fun vacation. Like, thank you. I will get myself a video game or something.
Jesus Christ. Oh, there's my bills for this month. Thank you. Okay. Let me know if you want me to draw anything.
Yeah, for real. I think you got carte blanche.
Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween. Thank you. Jesus.
Thank you. Jesus Christ. That's not how. Wow. Wow.
Give us
And
a
a
sec,
hype
our
train.
brain-
Okay. Cool.
Give us a sec. Our brains just reset. Hi,
Thank you,
Cryptid Microphone. Thank you for.
Thanks for the follow.
I think that's the kind of microphone I have.
Woo.
One of these days, I'm gonna put a pair of googly eyes on this mic. I don't know why. I just want to.
Good God. Thank you. Oh. Wow. Tips at 42,000%. Yeah, I always send it to $1 because I'm like, well, maybe I'll get a tip tonight. Oops. I guess, yeah.
I think that's the best possible way for the donation bar to settle out, though, so I'm glad. Even though next time I'm gonna yell at you to increase that.
Okay. When the roast beast hits, you're so fucking right, virtual pets. Oh god, thank you again. Thank you, Random 00 Factor.
Yeah, that's incredibly generous of you. Like, we've talked about it before, but the fact that you, like, support us to this degree means a huge amount to us, and, like, I swear to God, I feel like doing this makes me sound like I'm gonna put a fucking
Holy
curse on our
shit!
viewers, but...
Okay!
Yo!
Thank you, Random 00 Factor, giving out 5 gift subs to Senior Bob, Jake, Diafiend, FromStots XYZ, and Unreal Jackal. Holy cow, thank you! Sponsored by Random
Thank
00
you.
Factor, you're fucking
Yeah,
right!
to be fucking honest!
Grand sponsor, no, Random 00 Factor, fuck!
Grande sponsor, no. This is why I always appreciate that when people draw, like, big chat lumps, they tend to include the 00 eyes in there, because I'm like, I think
same.
that's accurate.
Yeah.
I think that's just a part of the official design. As the creator of the fucking chat design, if you got a big group, there's just a pair of 00s in there for all fucking time, as far as I'm concerned.
Golly,
Gosh
thank
dang.
you. Thank you, thank you.
I have a flat affect, even though it's cheerful, so I have to express my emotion this way.
We're
That's what I
like
do.
we're like the opposite of ASMR. I think. I think this is like music that tortures people,
No,
and
that's
makes them cry.
that's sock pants. We're not that strong yet.
Oh, hi chat. How you doing? I'm doing
Oh,
good.
the good news. Here's the good part of this. Here's what I have to tell you, chat, dear chat. Literally before we started the show, maybe like 4 minutes ago. Time's not real anymore now. I don't know if you've been informed. 9 minutes ago, I guess. It's been 9 minutes. I said to Bugs, yeah, I think it's gonna be a really good show tonight. Beat. There might be a little bit of chaotic energy because that seems to be the mood we're in.
Thank you, Somna Snake. I'm sorry, Blue Yubi. Hey, Langel.
Hi, Langel. Oh, no idea how long you'll be able to stay because you're fucking sleepy. Listen, think of it this way. If you fall asleep, you just get to see it tomorrow, and then you'll have slept,
And
which,
it'll be in
what
your
more can we
dreams.
ask for in this world?
Rob a bank.
Yeah, I think it'll be...
Hey, Charisma.
Hey!
Thank you. That's one
Hey.
whole year.
Gosh dang, thank you for subscribing. We do appreciate seeing folks who've been around, and folks who just joined, and folks in general. I got brain. It's in here. It's doing something. I'm cogitating. That's a word.
So this is going to be a
Cognitive?
warm-up for about the first 30 minutes or so working on
Yeah.
Half-Life. This will be a sketch for a Half-Life commission taken out by a client
By
the
some
name
weirdo.
of Friendly Troll. Don't know who that is.
Yeah, some strange man, Lucretius Frankenstein, aka Frankie, I don't know, it seems weird. It's me! It's my weird ship! And I got a significant number of people on board with it, so I'm already pretty much happy for my fucking money's worth, honestly.
And then we're going to infect you with even more brainworms and talk more about what we do in the shadows.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
we're in
It's
trouble.
Alien Boyfriend's night tonight, y'all. It's Alien Boyfriend night. We are simply talking about longing between surprisingly brutal yet gentle temperament little men and the tall alien weirdos they dig.
Yes,
Well,
yes,
non-human weirdos
yes,
they dig.
Yes.
Vampires aren't aliens unless I just spoiled the ending reveal of the show. You're welcome.
That's very exciting. I'm really excited for that.
I'm gonna make the front page of Reddit, baby!
Oh, good for you, Frankie. I'm so proud. I'm gonna print that out
Nowhere
and put it
near
on
as
the
good
fridge.
as horse
And
theory,
there's my
though.
friend. He's on the front page of Reddit. Wow.
I can't talk about the horse reincarnation because I can't talk about it on air. I don't think I can, but I've been enjoying horribly telling people about it.
Good. 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 Yes, Frankie, you could get some of that delicious Reddit gold. Yum.
I don't actually know how Reddit works, and at this point I'm scared to ask, and nobody tried to explain to me.
Okay. So...
Yeah, let's switch over
Whoa,
to... Thank you,
Josh
Josh
of
the Zombies, for a sub!
That went out to Venus
That went out to
Inverted.
Venus
Thank
Inverted.
you. I'm gonna hold on to the end of this hype train, and then we'll swap over.
Yeah! God, Nandor says Bogo's binted and goes back to his home planet in the season finale.
Fucked up. Fucked
Christ,
up.
I
Is
think
that
that's
true?
next episode.
That's so evil. That's so sad. I can't believe Nandor would do this.
Yeah, okay, so I admire a lot of, like, all of the actors on What We Do in the Shadows, but Nandor's has, like, a grasp on vocal cadence and tone.
Oh shit!
Yo, random double zero factor with a sub for Langel 2, and the hype train continued out at level 2. Gosh damn, y'all! It's a total of 11 gift subs and regular subs.
Thank
Subs,
you so
thank
much.
you!
Alright. It's time to knock over. Frankie, do you want to side
Yeah.
stream this?
I'm gonna watch through Twitch so I can keep an ear on the music. So far, my connection seems fine for it.
Okay, cool.
I'll let you know if that changes.
Hello. So, what's wrong?
No, scroll back to the right!
No,
Get
nothing
back, get
there.
back over
Nothing
there!
Nothing there. Don't worry.
Go.
No. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. There's nothing there. There's nothing there. There's nothing there. Don't worry about it.
What a beautiful way to return back to Half-Life content.
Yeah, I agree.
I feel like this sums up our tone. So, we explained this ship. I can see the stream delay hit. So we explained this ship a great deal, like the last time we kind of streamed about it, but I'll give people the quick info summary, while we kind of kick this sucker off. So, you know how some ships are like, yeah, these two characters talk to each other a lot, they're like around each other all the time, like, Eli and Kleiner, or Eli and Russell, and all three old men should maybe hold hands, I don't know, or like, then there's like, oh, the side characters that don't get a lot of attention, but like, oh man, Magnuson and Uriah seem really close, and so that makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
And then, you know, there's the characters where like, maybe they don't really interact at all, but you're like, man, Magnuson and Russell would probably be like cute friends if they did interact. Now, I want y'all to imagine a ship where technically one of them isn't confirmed to still exist in causal reality, and one of them was introduced in a prequel that turned out to be a split version of the timeline. And to that I say, welcome to a surprisingly reoccurring genre of ship I have.
Smile.
In this case, we're talking about the Vortigaunt, known as the art-making Vortigaunt. It's sometimes referred to due to developers' notes as... Is it Gary?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Gary. Otherwise known as the Swedish chef Vortigaunt, who we like to call Art, who is from the game Half-Life Alyx, which... It occurs to me that there could be people here tonight who might not be familiar with how fucking bonkers yonkers continue to be about Half-Life Alyx, which is a weird thought, because for a while it was kind of what we did.
Honestly, we should make it like a Thanksgiving time tradition. Maybe I'll play through it again, because headcrab's kind of like turkey.
Well, the thing is that we did leave a man behind. I don't know if you remember what incident caused us to lose our important fucking passenger. I turned around for 5 minutes.
I don't know. I don't
know.
I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you what happened.
What? Also, Langel wants to know what ship name did you come up for them. I'm bad at ship names, y'all. It's Art and it's Art/Adrian. I don't know what else to tell you.
If you think of one, Free ground.
Yeah, please. I like bad ones, and I like ones that are like descriptive jokes. I saw someone pushing for Chris Birdley crispy chicken, and I'm signing off on that one, like officially. I think that one's good. Chicken nuggets is dumber and funnier, so that's the one I like. But so Art the Vortigaunt from Half-Life Alyx, who's very cute, banged up escapee from the combination process, who helps Alex on their path and also does like art on the wall with this beautiful symbolic significance that I could probably still just stare at and talk about for 2 hours to this day.
Made by Claire Hummel,
Yeah.
who based it off of studying hieroglyphics, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, which honestly, that's a smart way to handle a task like the one that she fucking tackled here. And Art is a good combination of big, banged up, disability rep, good fellow who I want to see more of, and then there's Adrian Shepard. Adrian Shepard is from Hello Newt.
Hi, Newt.
Adrian Shepard is from Half-Life Opposing Forces?
Yep.
A weird side game made by Gearbox, I want to say. Yeah, there's a couple of like side games made to Half-Life that you may or may not be aware of. Stop Skeletons from Talking has a couple of really interesting videos about them because one or two of them are weirdly obscure. You'll actually get to hear us talk about one of those obscure side games later in a commission for Random Double Zero Factor that's literally just going to be about the fucking like two lady scientists who deserved a better game than the one they got. So we're probably just gonna invent that game wholesale for you on air. But in Opposing Forces, you follow a character who is one of the army dudes, so sadly he is a boot boy. It happens to people sometimes. Who were sent in to Black Mesa when the whole thing went off. Short version, scientists went, what if we fucked with this rock? And I don't know if you're aware from the Doom series, but if scientists fuck with a rock, sometimes things explode and there's aliens and a lot of people die. Something. Later this becomes space fascism. Anyways. In his case, he is sent in. In the game, the military are actually opponents because they're actually sent to just raise everything and then blow up the site, is, I think, what we've been told. You know.
Short skirt and long jacket with Gina and Colette. I like that.
Ooh, that's cute. That's good. Adrian, however, was sent in without knowing what he was sent in to do, and he never got the orders that what they were meant to do is kill everyone there. He's also implied to be a rather unusually young person for his role, and is, I want to say, 3 apples tall. He's about the same size as a teddy bear, because for some reason all of the squad members you can meet, you're like chest high with all of them.
It's very good.
It makes him look like he's just tiny. I don't know why they modeled everything this way, but I love it and I'm glad.
They're all following his orders, but also they're kind of doting on him the whole time, like, Shepard, you got cut up. Let me take care of that for you. Come here.
Yeah, which for context here, in his game, instead of like recruiting scientists and bodyguards who run behind you and have very rough AI, you have a bunch of little like TF2 fucking specialists. Which, by the way, if anyone was going to remake the game, while we're wishing, TF2 aesthetics? Big shrug. Why the fuck not? Do it, cowards. Yeah, finally short trans mask representation. Yes, God. Extremely yes.
You're so right.
But yeah, it's this weird side game, and Adrian Shepard's this great, weird character where he seems very kind, and he got rescued by scientists, and he decides to actually try and help the civilians and people who are in this disaster, and try to stop it, and then the plot gets lost, and I'm gonna say the back third of this game.
What?
And does not in any way fit with the rest of Half-Life canon at all.
No.
Adrian got a bit of a head injury.
The the radioactive worms must be stopped, and the garbage and there's a bomb, and they have to...
No, it's a garbage disposal worm that might
Uh-huh.
also be converting the atmosphere, and you get there because you follow the lightning
No,
ball
there's
will-o'-the-wisps.
worms. There's 2 worms,
That's
remember?
that's right.
Yeah.
And then the new 4-armed aliens, which are like the Vortigaunts, but they're got 4 arms. See, it's upgrade. They got cockroach guns. It's a bit of an interesting game, but the upshot is that he actually ends being taken into the G-Man's protection? Question mark? Because the G-Man openly helped him and keeps like showing him to the places he needs to go, it seems like, when you play the game.
Mm-hmm.
And literally like puts him away, and the helicopter like, I I shall take you to some place where you cannot be harmed and you will do no harm. And I guess then just tucks him in and reads him a story, I guess, is the tone that I get off of that, kinda.
You know how it
You did
is.
not miss Vortigons. We're actually going to be talking about Vortigon babies, because all of this to say, I just think maybe Adrian, this sad little military man, should get to date a big, cute, like, rebel, fucking badass Vortigaunt who does paintings. I think maybe Art deserves a funny little human who also understands what it's like to lose your entire group that you were supposed to belong to in a way that hurts, and maybe needing to live alone away from other people because it's all a lot, and like how beautiful Zen was. And I think they should date. I think they should date. I think they should meet, and I think they should date. And I think Valve should make a game where you play as Adrian
Oh
Shepard.
shit, Raven Bonnefoy, thank
Yeah,
you.
Raven Bonnefoy, thank you.
That went out to Chris.
God dang.
Also, something else we should mention with regard to why Adrian and aliens. Adrian's game is unique in that he's a fucking Beastmaster. Like Gordon Freeman will be friends
dude, y'all, you know the Gmod thing where you have a barnacle on your arm that you use to grapple around? That's from this game!
Adrian picks up, he picks up, our little dudes.
Oh, Jake says, is Bug's audio a little small? How's Bug sounding, folks? Bug small? You small the bugs? You make Bug small?
Little dudes. Sounds a little small? Okay, hang on, let me crank myself up. Thank you. Advanced audio properties. Let's go for 6 dB. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
it's a tough fight because I'm just literally louder than Bugs IRL.
Not only does Adrian pick up a Snarks to use, he picks up the aforementioned barnacle arm, and it's not something he's like forcing to do. You'll see him in his idols. He will pet the barnacle arm, and it will kind of lean into his hand.
He pets it!
He will also pick up a gun that is an electric ant that just kind of hangs out with him after he catches it. He also picks up a very cute little buddy that he will pet and hand feed to use, the spore launcher, which is sort of like a aquatic iguana thing with like tentacles, and it like wraps around his arm and like cuddles him. It's really cute. Adrian was a farm
and
boy.
It's also like
exactly.
Yes, it's like it's just so interesting too, because like part of how his story deviates is that he actually goes to a different area. Well, I think Gordon went through this area a little, where Gordon went through an area that like revealed that like, oh, they have head crabs in like cages down here, and all of these aliens I've been fighting, they had already been studying these aliens from Zen as like the first heads up that like, yeah, people have already been going to Zen, they knew about all of this stuff. And Adrian gets to go to this expanded area that's like actual like zoo enclosure, like a menagerie type area with like big like expanses with like dirt and water and even like foliage in them with alien creatures from Zen. And he like navigates that area, and I think is even where he picks up 1 or 2 of these bad boys.
Yeah, around there is where you kill your first shock trooper, in the admin room leading up to that area, and that's how you get your electric arm. And then once you get into the back sample area, in one of the vet rooms is the spore launcher, And the barnacle is in containment in an observation room over there, too. So, very fun.
Yes. It's part of why, like, all of that and his game has, the phenomenon that I use as a shorthand to call, even though I believe that the flora and fauna that make it up aren't from natively, Zen growth. I think it's originally from the Vortigaunt homeworld, but Zen growth is an easier way to put it, and Vort growth makes it sound like it's associated with the Vortigaunts. Zen growth. I'm the only person on Earth who cares about this distinction, but I care so much.
It's me. I care too.
Okay, Bugs also cares. But that growth that you see in Alex, like weird fungal grass growth stuff that's like fleshy on the walls, you actually see in Half-Life Decay, which is really cool to me because you get a sense of like, oh, this shit was like starting to happen after the time where Gordon was there, because Adrian's part of it all happens like it starts in the middle of Gordon's game, basically. And it's just, it reminds me of the quarantine zone, and so I just love the idea of like, oh, maybe like if Adrian was around, he would be exploring the quarantine zone like as a rebel, because it's something he's familiar with, and he got to see Zen. You can transport yourself to Zen in kind of short doses and like Easter egg areas that are very hard to find. But it does mean canonically he's been to Zen.
Yeah, a few times. It's really interesting. Yeah, so not only does Adrian get to see, like, in certain areas early on, the advanced Zen growth, but he gets to see, like, advanced head crab symptoms. This doesn't come back, but it's neat, where you'll get, like, the head crab has fully attached to the body, and now the human's chest is split open, and you'll actually see, in Alex occasionally, you'll find someone with busted open ribs.
Yeah.
But in Opposing Force, it becomes a gnashing mouth. It's interesting, but...
Which, I admit, I think is kind of boss. I think it's kind of cool.
It is cool. It is cool. I like that you can see, like, the skull melted into the head crab because it sucked all the meat out. That shit's neat to me.
Which, I think I've talked about this in more detail on stream, but I always think that the way to fix Half-Life Opposing Forces would be to just change out the weird new aliens into an alien version of Combine troops. So you could even, like, use the same aliens as the base model, just give them a bunch of Combine shit, and, hold on. Sorry, I had to cough really bad.
It's okay.
Basically, it would be cool if Adrian's part of the game became, like, oh, this is the start of the 7-hour war, this is, like, the start of the Combine going through, what the G-Man is navigating him to do is to, like, cut off the 7-hour war a little bit with the bomb and destroy some kind of weird Combine tech that's being installed. Like, oh, it was a atmospheric converter, and if it had been allowed to run, then they would have been able to just convert Earth's air into something else and kill us all at once or something. It'd be cool! It'd be cool! Valve! Sense my brainwaves! Please? Please? Please?
Please? Please? Please?
I feel like Adrian will see a Gonarch and go, "Big puppy!" And the Gonarch goes, exclamation points, and does a happy little tap-tap with its front feet. Yes!
God.
Yes!
That would be so cute. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to be hand-reared, hi, Sophie, a baby head crab into a Gonarch.
Yeah, like figuring out what conditions it needs to meet to turn into one.
Oh, very important. I think baby Vortigaunts have tails.
Yeah. Yes, they got little nubby tails that maybe, like, fall... I think maybe they don't fall off, maybe they just, like, kind of grow back into the body, or the body kind of absorbs them, kind of.
I can see that.
Either way.
Just for balance reasons.
It would also be cute if they fell off and it's kind of a baby tooth thing.
Oh god. Adrian, like, my daughter is dying. Help, 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 help.
Meanwhile, somewhere else, a Vortigaunt parent to a human baby is like, what do you mean they lose all of their teeth? God. They have so many. God. Why are they not born with the teeth they need? So, speaking of which, I also think they should have a little Vort baby, and I don't care if that makes sense or how. Don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it. But they should just have a baby, and I think they should have a Vort baby because it would be cute, and Vortigaunt babies are cute, and I think they should have a baby. I'm this kind of person.
I think it would be cute too.
It would be cute. Plus, it's fun to try and think about what a baby Vortigaunt would be like because they're like frog, iguana, bird creatures that might have an aquatic capability and also have hooves.
They got hooves. They got hooves.
They kind of got hooves. But, like, if birds had hooves, kind of.
You know how it is.
Which, they're made for climbing and for jumping and for, like, getting around, so imagine a baby that doesn't learn to walk, but instead learns to climb first and can grip onto stuff like a baby iguana. And
frightening.
how cute. How the cuteness of a baby that grips tight onto your t-shirt, the horror of a baby that's gonna pinch the shit out of your arms.
God. It's like when you're making dinner and a kitten starts clawing up your leg with its claws.
Exactly! Or like, if you've ever had a pet bird, how it's like, yeah, this is the shirt that you have to wear when your pet bird wants to bite the shit out of your shirt. And yeah, no, a climbing baby that also can jump, and, like, wants to jump and grab things. Like, human babies are a lot, but at least we don't have mad fucking jumps. I'm imagining a Vort swimming / treading water and its little middle arm slapping the water. Yes!
Oh, that would be cute.
We also imagine that a baby Vort might start off a little bit smaller than a human baby, like, proportionally, but we're not sure by how much. It's probably not that much. And, like, the difference is probably, like... when do you think a Vort would get bigger than a human kid? Like, if they're both born at about the same time? Like, I want to say, like, maybe late toddler?
Yeah, I think I could see that.
Like, kind of starts out smaller, and then, like... I'd say by age 5, the Vortigaunt, if standing all the way up, is bigger than the human kid for sure. Because Vortigaunts are fucking big! I don't know why I feel like it's so hard to notice because they're all crouched down most of the time, but as soon as one stands up a little, it's very startling.
Oh yeah, when their neck extends all the way, it's like, oh, you're big. You're real fucking
You're big, and you have legs that look like you could punch a fucking hole through a car door with.
Right on, right on, right on. A little scary, right on.
And then Adrian and Magnuson are over here like, It's good, actually.
It's good, it's good, it's fine, it's good, it's good.
KO Garden, but Vortigaunt babies. I think that's just the nursery at White Forest.
God. Chow Garden. Oh, that'd be so cute.
That's just like a nursery that probably has some human toddlers in it, too. Which, I can't lie, big nerd about the idea of, like, oh my god, the next generation of humans would, like, just grow up with Vorts.
Right?
They'd never know any different, because, like, the entire, like, there's no gradual transition for kids. It's just, bam, congrats,
13.
you're the first generation of
love to see
babies
a
to happen in
little Vort.
20 fucking
What a
years.
treat.
Hi, Mentaka Blue. Thank you so much.
Hi! 13! Also, I am over here, like, stimming quietly. / not quietly, because the type of sci-fi I like best tends to be, like, okay, what's, like, the rebuilding stuff? Like, what's life like after that? And Half-Life technically doesn't ever do that, ever. But I can build a little nest in it, so...
It gives us room to explore in our brains, so that's fine.
Yeah. Human babies crying because they don't have tails, Vort babies crying because they do.
God.
I think definitely as toddlers there'd be, like, some slight confusion about, like, okay, but consider, we've thought about this before, human babies can motor around and crawl before Vortigaunt babies are that comfortable walking, but Vortigaunt babies can climb. The team-ups. The team-ups are going... The baby-proofing has to go to the ceiling.
Nightmare,
They got little
nightmare,
fucking
nightmare,
tin snip
nightmare,
claws.
Nightmare.
Human babies got thumbs. Oh yeah, I forgot if I mentioned that, but I do have a joke that maybe... Okay, so y'all know how Vortigons in Half-Life 1 don't have thumbs, but then in Half-Life Alyx, thank God, someone just went, no, that's dumb, let's give them thumbs. I like to joke that Vortigaunt babies don't have thumbs until a certain age.
God.
It's like their one advantage over... It's the one, like, nerf.
God.
If a human baby had claws, it'd be all over for parents. I'll be honest, from what I hear, baby nails are the sharpest thing on this planet.
Yes.
Uh, an untrimmed baby nail will rend your flesh.
Yes.
You can tell a Vortigaunt is an adult when you begin to spot thumbs. I figured it'd come in at around like 6-ish. It's kind of when you get your thumbs in. They can manipulate stuff fine up until then. It encourages vortescence manipulation. Vort baby talk is such a thing to imagine. Yes! Yes! Okay. See, something that I get really excited about is that a Vort baby that Art and Adrian would have would... It's literally the case of, like, neither of her parents, we decided it's a girl, her name is Pippi. Or Pee-Pee.
Before Spamton, we decided this.
Pippi Longstocking! Like Pippi Longstocking!
Please
Not
understand.
a word!
Please understand. Please understand.
Like Pippi Longstocking, because Pippi Longstocking is the strongest little girl in the world, and I think Adrian would do that, and also Pippi Longstocking has red hair, which we decided at some point Adrian has, because God can't stop us.
Mm-hmm.
By God, I mean Gabe Newell.
Yeah, what's he gonna do? Acknowledge his son? Fuck no.
Yeah. Yeah, huh? Huh? We found him in this cardboard box.
Hey, what do you think, Mr. Newell? Huh? Who's this? Oh, you wanted to put him in a game where Father Grigori is injecting himself with zombie ape blood?
Shut up. Yeah, there was documents for a Half-Life game with Adrian, and it would have been the dumbest thing.
But everything I see on YouTube tells me it's the best game that never happened.
But yes, what I was going to say is that because Vortigons usually talk psychically, she would be raised... Well, all Vortigons are tapped into a... It's described as a shared mind, but I feel like what we observe from it is that it's like a shared mental connection that's kind of always connected into the collective, but you still have, like, individual personality. So it's not as intense as the hive mind... Well, maybe it is comparable to the hive mind of the jellyfish in Splatoon. A sentence that you all now have to live with. But, like, you get individuals, you're just all part of the group, and you can talk to each other telepathically, and you have, like, some degree of shared species
I'm with you, buddy.
memory.
Oh, sucks! Holy shit!
Raid! You came at an interesting time!
Hi!
What's up, y'all? We're doing Art Night, and we're talking about a weird, obscure ship for Half-Life, and I'm talking a lot about Vortigons. And later on in the evening, we're going to be talking about what we do in the shadows, and drawing about that, and talking about gay longing. Hey, folks, what's good?
Hi. Press 1, huh?
I forgot about the jellyfish hive mind. I love Splatoon lore. Splatoon lore is the best, because in theory there should be none, but there is, and half of it's horrifying. I think my favorite detail is that it's more or less suggested that all of the Octarian super weapons were made from Octavio's own tentacles that were pulled off and grown in vats until they became separate clone people.
I think that's good. I think that's fine.
I think it's okay to reproduce asexually.
Monkey.
Yo, thank you for the follow!
Oh, Katie, you did one of the, really cute emotes for my friend Puzz. That's rad.
Oh, yeah! Fuck, that's a good one. For a game that might not need lore, it certainly has lore. I feel like that's how I feel about What We Do in the Shadows, too. That show doesn't need lore, but it has lore, and I'm paying attention. Though it does not matter. It does matter to me. What was I saying about Vortigons? Oh yeah, so all Vortigons are keyed into the same shared psychic background mind. I refer to it... Hey, thanks for the follow. Oh, that was the same one before. My mouse just moved. Sorry, I see motion on my screen, and streamer mode snaps on. One day an insect's going to fly by and I'm going to immediately thank someone for following. This will happen. Vortigaunts have a shared mind, which I like to think of as the Vortigaunt group chat, because it's a really funny way to put it, and I feel like is the best. That's how you would have to represent that, like in a comic to me, just in less serious moments, just, please, Uriah, stop fucking talking about your husband in here. Holy fuck, the donuts was 00 factor here? Yeah!
Yes. Yes.
We laughed hysterically
Yes.
for a while.
The whole sound
Oh.
played. It was so scary.
Puzz is being mean and is throwing wasps at me, so I'll be distracted.
No. Puzz. So
Mean.
rude. So mean.
And Art, the Vortigaunt from Half-Life Alyx, is the one Vortigaunt we've ever met who has been disconnected from his own fucking alien species' hive mind, which I definitely feel normal amounts of really sad about sometimes. It's fine. They have a moment where he touches a big sigil of a closed eye on the wall, and the director's commentary has confirmed the reason that he painted a giant, out-of-order, non-chronological, like, history of his people is because he doesn't remember everything that the collective remembers. So he paints partially just to remember his own memories of his own people who he's been disconnected from. And this is why I think he should get to have a cute little human boyfriend as part of why I think they should get to... For God's sake! But, so, it's basically, I feel like how I compare it is that it's basically like being a kid with hearing born to deaf parents, except with dumb psychic stuff. So I really like the idea that she'd be really unusually vocal for a baby. Because, like, babies will learn to do what, you know, how to get your parents' attentions, like, to get past something like that. And I can definitely imagine, like, Pee-Pee just... We kind of like the idea that really little babies vocalize a bit like how, like, you know, crocodiles and birds do, where they chirp, and it's like a distinct chirp their parents can know. Because we took one look at Vortigaunts and said, yeah, probably eggs. Yeah. Probably. Makes sense. Also, crocodiles make the world's most adorable noises when they're babies. Take my word for this. She says, aw, says Adrian, not giving her the strawberry she wants. She blasts him with small vortescence. Yes. It's probably like someone lighting a match kind of near you for a second. It's not really it's like the teensiest little push.
Adrian's eyebrows have been burnt off like once.
Yes. Her first tantrum was kind of intense. Is that what baby Vortigaunts canonically look like? There is no canon for baby Vortigaunts, so we are going nuts. And Bugs has come up with a very good design, and we like alien babies as a concept. Listen.
No one at Valve is paying attention to this side of things. If they don't notice we're here and doing this,
we're scuttling through the world building, adding alien biology where nobody can find us.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. No one knows we're here. It's good.
It's true. It's
Don't
true.
tell
It's
nobody.
true. Plus, just imagine a teensy little baby just honking, just somewhere between like baby like duck noises and kitten noises, and then just yelling like that. Just the most ridiculous little noises.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine.
Also, it'd be very funny because Vortigaunts canonically appear to have... Well, okay. All evidence would suggest that Vortigaunt reproduction has also been cut off by the Combine the same way that humans have been, because we don't see any kid Vortigaunts and they've been under the same conditions as humans, possibly for even longer, which I believe might mean that a lot of Vortigaunts are, much like humans, a little bit on the older side.
I'm still fucking thinking about that one leaked Half-Life movie script that was like, and the lady Vortigaunts and the baby Vortigaunts are there. It's like, yeah, what are you gonna do? You gonna put big, like, what's the plan? How are you gonna sell that? Just curious.
Well, the narrower shoulders and delicate, different color, and definitely not marking that looks kind of like eyeshadow. it would have been bad. It would have been really bad. It would have been extremely bad. I'm as much as the amount they haven't talked about makes like okay, here's the thing. I don't think they need to put how Vortigons work like to a certain degree in the games. It's probably better if they never do. It's just very funny how little info we have about some of this shit.
Christ.
Side note, we actually think of Vortigons as like a single sex species, but who might have gender identities all the same, and who might like then in turn like start adopting slightly different gender identities because of their contact with humans. Like some Vortigons might have specific pronoun preferences.
Right.
Uriah is a he. Or
Whoa.
Uriah is big he.
Sorry. Oh, that was your foot. I'm
Oh.
sorry, Sophie.
Puppy.
You okay?
Art, on the other hand, we kind of see as a he, they, kind of they-ish, but Art's just shrugging vaguely. One of those, whatever's good with you, humans. I'm Vortigaunt gender. Are any of them ever referred to by pronouns in the games? I can't remember. If they
Yes.
are, it's almost certainly just he.
Yeah.
Like, that's Uriah. He will show you around.
Yeah.
Fuck, you have to refer to me, damn. That's actually a really good point. Vortigaunts have no need inside their own system to, like, be represented to in the third person. They're all in there. Oh, yeah, so my point I was going to make is that Pippi existing and baby Vortigaunts existing would be like suddenly in the group chat there's a toddler who's on the emoji keyboard.
Yes.
Just slapping their hand kind of on the buttons at random at first, and then over time it's like, oh, the Pippi does not wish to go to her slumbers. I see, yes. Most unjust. Just yelling emojis, fire, skull. Yeah, Vorts refer to humans as their name, or the noun, which I like.
Yeah, I do too.
I have put a large amount of thought into the concept that Vortigaunts shift that over to my noun when they're referring to someone that they're romantically partnered with or otherwise extremely close to. So Uriah calls Magnuson my Magnuson sometimes, and Art would call Adrian my Adrian. Which would be, I figure that makes sense because it's changing the relationship of someone to you. Like, heck, maybe your kid would be like, Pippi of Art.
That would be cute.
Okay, so this is a side note, but I was reading the newest T. Kingfisher book, and she has this fantasy race that are gnolls, but they're kind of like little badger people, and I love them extremely.
Oh, that's
and they
cute.
actually have pronouns based on their their caste, their job.
No kidding.
So, like, yeah, all jobs, like, I think it's, like, job gnolls who do, like, basic jobs and might, like, work different, like, tasks but have some stuff. They're all he. But doctors are ours. So the pronoun for a doctor gnoll is ours because they're important to their community. And it's, like, translated pronouns into English language, too.
Wow,
It's
that's
great.
pretty cool.
It's a gay romance about a fantasy world coroner and a hot dude paladin, and they're both gay and they're idiots. It's great. And there's corpses. Oh my god, are there corpses? Anyways. Listen, all T. Kingfisher romance novels kind of have corpses in them, but this one gets to it real fast.
Good. Good.
I would highly recommend T. Kingfisher books. I could probably recommend... Her horror work is really good also. Bugs has read those. The Hollow Places and...
man, they're good.
The Hollow Places and what's the other one?
The Twisted Ones.
The Twisted Ones! Her horror work is dope in general. It's extremely chilling. It's extremely good. I've pre-ordered her next straight-up horror work. And, ooh! And a lot of her other work is fairy tale retellings.
Glunkus,
By the way,
nobody...
Thank you for the follow, Glunkus. By the way, her retelling of the Snow Queen is gay, but it's Greta getting with the bandit girl, as she should have.
Ooh.
And for some reason, that's not on the back of the book, so I'm telling y'all about that. I think that's The Raven and the Reindeer. It's great. Gory has some body horror. Don't worry about it.
That sounds cool, man.
And the book I was reading from is from her... What's the book series called? I can just look at it right now. Greta should have gotten with the goddamn bandit girl, and T. Kingfisher is out here bringing us justice. What is it? I know it's the Paladin series, but basically it's a series of books that are romance novels with sad paladins and a lot of corpses, and it's pretty great. And in the second book, the female love interest turns into a bear and is described as having about the same figure as a truck. So, I love her very much. It's great. It is the... Oh, Paladin's Hope is the one I was reading, and you can probably find the rest of that series from there. Yeah, T. Kingfisher brings the goods. It's great. You kind of have to like romances where at some point you're going to call everyone involved fucking morons who should just get on with it already. But I do. We're going to be talking about what we do in the shadows later. I big do.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Ooh, it's the goods. It's the goods. So, sometimes you just like romances where nobody figures out what the fuck is going on until like way past when they should, and it's fraught. What was I saying? Oh, right. Pronouns and Vortigons. I just think it'd be cool if Vortigons have their own weird relationship to pronouns that is, like, relative to your relationship with someone.
I think that would be cool too.
I'm pretty sure most of my family has ADHD, by the way. That's why I'm this good at remembering what the fuck I was talking about, like, 3 trains of thoughts ago. Because I just did this for my parent and my big sister, like, my whole life. They'd go, what were we talking about? And be like, well, you talk about this and this and this, and so I think it was this. Ugh. Okay, also, baby Vortigons would be extremely funny because we decided that sometimes to feed a baby Vortigaunt, you have to, like, wiggle their food like you're trying to feed a snake.
Mm-hmm.
So that they can pounce on it.
Pounce, pounce, kill, 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 attack, kill, kill, kill,
Kill!
kill.
Oh no, you're mushy peas, they're going to attack you!
You must kill, kill.
Do you occasionally accidentally teach your baby to, like, attack your hand and then their teeth get sharper? Yes.
Yes, but that's okay. That's all part of the job with parenting, right?
It's okay to do this.
It's okay to do this.
We also decided that Magnuson is good with babies because we think it's funny if he is. He just talks to them like they're little people and can listen to baby babble for like 3 hours straight. Also, Vortigaunt babies like him because for some reason it's canon that Magnuson is vortescently powerful for a human?
Yes.
What that means...
God
I've
only
made up
knows.
some answers. Valve loves to throw out a world-building detail, and it's just incomprehensible, thank you. Terrible with adults, great with babies. Some people are like that. Babies are weird. They're funny little things.
They are.
They're tiny, incoherent people who are very angry about this gravity business, and I always look to them and I say, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. Get its ass.
You gotta lay on your stomach and try to lift your head up? Fucking bullshit. I don't like doing that now. I don't lay on my goddamn stomach for anything. I'm a side sleeper.
What?
It's true.
What? I don't know if I can stream with you anymore. I don't know.
Oh, shit, la-di-da. Back sleeper over here?
No, I sleep on my side too.
It's cozy, kind of.
It
It
is.
definitely doesn't show that I grew up on beds too short for my fucking gangly-ass legs.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a little of that too.
Sleeping on the couch.
Mm-hmm.
Cozy. Ooh, kinda.
Great honor among sports to have lots of scars on the hands from tiny teeth. So true.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, especially because, like, we can see from Half-Life Alyx that Vortigaunt's got, like, kind of tough skin. They got, like, a little bit of layer in there, you know? Both from just the texture of their skin in general. Like, it's got a very, like... Admittedly, I have a theory that most Vortigaunts we've ever seen are a little bit dehydrated. And probably not eating great. but they got like a little bit of like elephant skin kind of going on, and
Mhm.
because Art is scarred to all living hell, we can tragically kind of see the skin layers a bit, and there's some protective padding in there, so you definitely probably get like sharp little baby teeth and claws that leave like. I wonder if the scars would leave like little pale kind of freckles on the green. That'd be really cute.
Oh, that would be neat.
Like little spotty spots. Which would be doubly cute because we have this concept that since Art's skin is kind of banged up and like has chunks missing, that eventually the humans could help like 3D print him like little silicon pads that kind of lay over those parts and just form like a skin pattern. Because I like designing sci-fi prosthetics of different kind, you know?
Oh, same. Same.
It's fun. Which, you know, I wonder, like, if, like, a crutch or, like, a brace, even for his leg, could wind up helping.
Let's see.
If you haven't seen the game, Art has a really extreme limp to one side particularly. It could just be, like, pain and difficulty walking around in general, because he looks like he just ripped himself out of the middle of being converted into a combine, which is fun.
Scapula, we got the rib cage coming off of that. We build out down there. We got the hips, then we got the digitigrade legs.
Because it seems like the hurt that he's having on that one leg, it's like almost in that like second joint, maybe.
Yeah, you know, I wonder. Maybe
Like something that could like take the weight off of being applied there.
Yeah, maybe a little something that would act functionally as a heel that could tilt with the direction of his leg.
Oh, that would be cute. Oh, I like that a lot.
Could act like a bottom of a cane with a little bit of texture for like grip on it. That'd be neat.
I feel like that could be better than a crutch because like human armpits already don't got the most padding, and Vortigons, they got a lot of lean muscle in that area, you know? Again, that could just be the result of like we're seeing them mainly in like very rough conditions nutritionally, but oh, long fall boots looking thing. Fuck God.
Oh, hey.
Russell.
Cool.
Russell's like, hold on. I know how to do this. I know how to do that. Why hasn't Russell been making long fall boots for everybody? Because knowing Aperture Science, the secret ingredient for that shit is something cursed and not easy to source. So, alright, here's the thing. You have to find a skeleton that died in lava. So, bit tricky to source.
Adrian, do you happen to have weapons-grade uranium? Just curious. You don't. Okay.
Alright, in that case, we're just gonna use, like, the actual support, you know, the physical thing. I cannot negate the damage of falling infinite distance. Sorry. Wish I could. They put moon rocks in the damn fall boots? Fuck.
Fucked up.
I've mentioned this before on stream, but I so fucking love the degree to which Aperture Science is just a goofy fucking mad science world like ass laboratory. People can try to hard science up Half-Life all they like. First of all, gravity gun. Second of all, Aperture Science canon. Aperture Science over here fucking over the laws of reality and exporting work to alternate dimensions. We're all lucky that fucking TF2 Australia logic isn't technically canon, but also, is it?
Well,
do we know?
Kinda.
Australia, Russell's from New Zealand, putting the pieces together, we're connecting the dots.
Russell is from underwater. Mark my words.
That's... It's why he's so advanced. We're learning, we're understanding. He is technically related to the sniper. Aperture Science fucked up so hard they ended up with a fully automated lab running tests for no reason. One good reason. Neurotoxins.
You heard of
That's
those?
a good reason.
You heard of those? You heard of those?
it's a side detail, but just since it's been a while since we talked about Half-Life, I have a headcanon that Russell from Alex used to work at Aperture and was trying to transfer to Black Mesa before shit went down. He did a lot of mechanical repairs on GLaDOS because he's the one person she couldn't just make cry.
See, now the Vortigern is too big. I have to
It's
keep
tricky to
shrinking
scale
Adrian.
them. I think in part because I think some of the model variants of Vortigaunts in Half-Life 2 was just shrinking them. There's just a prominent member of the engineers family as part of Aperture and at Black Mesa too. God.
Cute. Good for him.
That's where Einstein's from.
Fucked up. Fucked up. Fucked up.
Connecting the dots. God, sorry, the music keeps making me like turn my head because I could hear the like battle specific sound effects here and there. Honestly, I do admit I love the idea of like I know that like Alex ends where it does because timey shit happened. I don't ask questions, except I do. But every now and then I'm like, I want to see like Eli and Art just dragged back to fucking Russell's apartment.
God.
Just everyone's just gonna take a fucking nap on the same mattress eventually.
What's the music from? Do you mean the last track? Because this is from Wandersong. The track before this was Moonlight Sonata, third movement, Beethoven, Mega Man style. This is actually covered.
That'll do it.
Let me actually get you guys the link for that one, because it's very good. From Chips and Cellos. Whoop, there it is. What's my sketch brush? My brush is the brush called Brush, in all caps, on the Clipstido paint store.
That's a good brush, I think.
Yes. So, it is.
That's the brush of all times.
It is the variant on the India brush. Hello, where's my window? I want to show people my brush stats. It's my favorite brush because I can use it to paint and to sketch with just by putting it at different levels. I love it a lot. It's my friend, and I love it.
I feel that. I got a brush or two like that in Procreate, except I'm bad at remembering the names of any Procreate brush because they all sound like fucking concepts. Every one of them sounds like it is also one of my iPhone alarms.
I think after this sketch here is finished, I will fill out this corner later on, but how about we swap to what we do in shadows?
Sounds like a good time.
Good. Cool.
Yeah, I admit I'm like, yeah, I've given my pitch. I've explained. Y'all understand. I'm sitting here and pointing at the... just wait, eventually I'm going to have to explain the other one of my ships that are like this. Two characters that technically have never interacted in canon, and we're not actually sure one of them exists in the same plane anymore, which is Anton and Jurgen from Sam and Max.
Smile.
And any of you going, who? Don't worry about it.
Smile. Just you wait till Sam and Max Season 2 drops.
Oh, you will all know of Jurgen then.
Which they
I have to
dropped
stop
all the
myself
first
from...
caps of that episode.
I'm so ready. I'm so ready. We will be streaming that. We will be streaming that.
Yeah,
Good
absolutely.
lord, we will be streaming that. We streamed Season 1, and y'all saw me freak the fuck out over a random-ish billboard, and literally the reason why is because it was connected to one of those two characters. Sometimes my shipping logic is, these two are very nice and sweet. I think that they'd be good together. Oh?
Everything's fine. Hi, Sophie.
Uh-huh.
Did you see where my pen went?
Oh, no!
This is fun. Give me 1 sec, folks.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Sounds like
it
the bug...
landed It bounced off my leg and landed on the desk again.
What?
What the fuck?
Bounce back! Came
Okay.
back to you.
Alright, buddy, you can come back now. Over here. Over here.
Aww.
Hi, it's safe. I know, that was scary, wasn't it? I'm so mean when I drop things and I wake up Sophie. I know that. Okay. Hooray!
Yay! The degree to which this is a slightly reoccurring thing.
Listen. It's hard to be out here drawing.
I know, things happen. I occasionally, like, I keep everything I do within, like, about 3 feet of myself because of my condition and all. And even then, my Apple Pencil will occasionally just decide, oh, what if you put me down on top of the hamster cage? That'll be good.
Yeah, what if I just vanish? What would you do? Says my pen to me all the time, every day. And I'm like, I don't know, honey, I guess I'd be sad. Goes, huh, let's see about that. And I go,
God.
okay.
Setting
Very
its
cool.
status to invisible on AIM, putting in a lyric.
Putting in My Chemical Romance lyrics.
Tablet pens be doing this.
Tablet pens do be doing this.
Also, thank you for the wasp, Crash Dash.
Dinner and a show the bug stream tonight? Listen, you want some
Yes.
pretzels? I got some pretzels. You want that for dinner?
Oh, important art and Adrian information too. It would also be cute because you get the high artistic romance of, please, dear God, let me use your hands as reference.
Please, please.
Because there's actual evidence that art's grasp on human hands to, unfortunately pun, is a little bit tricky because the hands he paints look more like how headcanon's, like, head zombie hands look.
Like this.
Because I think that's the only thing he has to compare with.
You're gonna eat all my pretzels? Fucking good luck. Find me.
There's a lot of them.
I have a
You
lot
don't
of
understand.
them. I love pretzels a lot.
We're talking a jar situation here. One of them
Uh,
big ones.
No, we're talking more than that.
I mean one of those big plastic jars.
Yeah,
Cheesy puff size.
yeah.
Yeah. That's
More
what we're
than
talking
that.
about here. It's the compare and contrast to the Frankie, here's my tea, and then back here's the milk, and then here's a big thing of juice, and then I also have one of my V8 pluses in case I need it.
I have a
I'm
tiny,
fucking bevs on bevs on bevs.
I have a tiny little cup of espresso that I drank.
No!
Coffee. And then tea.
Oh, okay, as long as you also have tea. That's an acceptable amount of fluid.
Okay, good.
Just worried here for some bugs over here. Like, I insist on espresso and sand.
And what of it?
The driest sipping noise on earth.
Yum. It's flour.
Yeah, you know what? The more I look at it, I really like the idea of art with that kind of, like, support on his leg.
Yeah, honestly, I dig it too.
Nice way to have him, like, getting around a little bit more, because Half-Life is one of those series where there's a lot of really good room for, like, well, okay, so how Shaw or Gordon's ankles for, like, the rest of his life?
Oh yeah, I mean,
My man gonna need a cane out here.
He took that hip injury. I imagine he's gonna need a cane.
Oh, Jesus, yeah, and, like, Barney, considering how long he's had to, like, do different, like, fucking patrols with people who have had, like, parts of their brains cut out, so I don't even think Combine feel exhaustion.
Yeah.
My dude's basically been in... Which, by the way, no fucking wonder he's going gray. I'm just shocked he doesn't have, like, pure gray hair.
Mm-hmm. They give him time. Once he finds out what happened to Gordon,
God!
Gordon's about to wake up with a white-haired man beside him, being like, Gordon.
Oh god, how long was I out?
Good night, Langel.
Good night, Langel. Yeah, which, you know, something I'm always fond of is, like, that Eli has a prosthetic and that it has always, especially considering when Half-Life 2 came out, it's always made, like, a certain amount of visual sense. Like, they're not out here like, and a peg leg. Like, no. Russell out here trying to 3D print his man one of them fucking marathon running legs.
God.
Speaking of tea, I got myself some. It's just normal PG tips, but it turned out nice tonight.
Ooh, that sounds good.
Sometimes I do I don't want to clean the French press I use as my teapot, so I just toss like half again as much fresh grounds on top of the old ones.
Oh, that sounds nice.
And it turns out nice.
Okay. We will come back to this later. Let me...
Woo!
So, hey, I've been doing
There
coffee
ain't much left.
commissions, and look, this is all...
Yeah.
I have it all on one canvas, actually.
This is how Bugs works. This is how Bugs lives.
Yeah, so that's fun, huh? So, let me set up a new canvas. So fucking what we wanted, fucking vampires, huh, bro?
What we do in the shadows! Ooh, we're in it now!
Oh, shit, wait, let me turn on the thingies.
Ooh, yeah.
Beep boop. There we go. Hey, it's one of
Yeah,
these nights. But,
It's one of these nights, so,
Also, we
we're
can pop
fucking
off,
good
given, yeah.
if random double zero factor wants any goddamn pictures of some vampires, fucking, just holler. Let's see. So, basically tonight is going to be a doodle and discussion and info dump, or I have to
Adrian,
start
thank
calling
you.
it doodle and discussion. Thank you, Adrian. I have to start calling it doodle and discussion, because every time I try to call it doodle and info dump, at some point I will try to say doodle and dump.
Uh-huh.
So, here we are. Where y'all are able to donate $10 to request specific sketches that are on the theme of what we're drawing, which tonight is What We Do in the Shadows. You're probably going to get a few more What We Do in the Shadows ones of these. Donations are super optional, especially tonight. we ain't pressed. But also, if you'd like to see Guillermo do something specific, as always, we are able to refuse specific requests or request them to be rewarded. We ain't drawing nothing too horny. We got an upper horniness limit in play. Like, we're at
There are
rolled
certain
up
things
sleeves.
Twitch will not allow.
At Twitch, Jeff Bezos will come to our house, regrettably, if we try to draw anything much saucier than one of the man's photo shoots, and I think even then we'd have to stop above the level of a few of his photo shoots, because good lord.
Good lord, yeah.
So, Harvey Guillen, is that how you say his name?
I think Guyen?
Guillen? He has done some incredibly fucking banger photo shoots and released, like, a book of them, and good god. The power of a big dude, a fat man, who knows he's hot, with no reservations. Powerful. Fucking powerful. Like, I mean, Jack Black, to me, was like the first dude I ever saw, like, really hitting that. But even he had a little bit of like, haha, yeah, I'm a fat dude, sucks, that he had to do sometimes. Harvey's just out here, targeting us fucking directly. He's powerful. It helps that he's gay. So, you know. Not that straight men can't work it, I'm just saying. Also, this track is very perfect for talking about this somehow. So, I'm so delighted, by the way, because I've been talking to Bugs about how, like, well, last time we kind of had to sell people on the show, but this time, I feel like a lot of y'all
done watched it, is what I think.
We've gotten the feeling that a couple of y'all might have checked this out. Oh god, Crash-12 says, when I was recovering from top surgery and high off pain meds, I saved like 10 pictures from that photo shoot and had a dream he made me a sandwich.
Aww.
That was a visitation.
Wow, lucky.
The muses looked kindly on you. That was the spirit of gender euphoria.
Yeah, like, listen, I'm non-binary, but I've been looking at those photo shoots and I've been having some soul searching recently.
By the way, donations for tonight can just go through our regular donation stuff. Ko-Fi donations are a different thing.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Mostly just because OBS tells us when someone donates through this. That's the only
Yes.
reason I'm like,
That's the thing.
quickly, we won't see them if they're through Ko-Fi. Thank you, though, Mailwife.
Yeah, thank you.
Yee.
Oh, did you send something in, Jake? Let me check. I'll check my email just in case.
Is there an exclamation mark I can do to, like, bring up our donation stuff in the chat?
Yes, exclamation point donation. Oh shit! Joshua the Zombies!
Can I please
Yo!
ask for Guillermo and Nandor dancing?
Of course, thank you for the $15. Can I please ask for Guillermo and Nandor dancing? Of course.
Yes!
I think I know just the way to have them dance too. Oh shit, Puzz!
I think I'm a luxury if you can afford, but it's Scarlet Irmo and Sam the cat would be very
Oh my
funny.
god. I'm a luxury if you can afford, but Guillermo and Sam the cat would be very funny. You're so right. You're so right.
God, you're
Oh,
so
thank you,
right.
Acton. That's very sweet of you.
And also, don't worry about it. People do not seem confused judging by what's going on. Thank y'all. These two, y'all. These two! So, I've been rewatching the show some since, like, the last time we looked at all this, too. And can I just say that I realize now I was too shy last time. I keep forgetting that they just straight up have Nandor say, yeah, I'm bi, basically.
Mm-hmm.
There's a moment where someone goes, yeah, you like women and men, and he goes, yes, and then continues to say something else, but it's just, yes. It's straight up yes. It's not quirky, haha, what if bisexuality with this dude. Also, there's that one episode where him and Laszlo jerk each other off because they got worked up over a bunch of witches. This is why we put a lot of, hey, by the way, this show is mature, we're going to be talking about mature subjects on this show, because just talking about stuff that happens in this show is a lot.
It's a lot, actually. Go figure.
It's kind of a lot. It's beautiful. It's part of why it's so fun to, like, we were saying it today is what we do in the Shadows Wednesday at Paint Chat, where we just watch through the episodes. Seeing people hit some of these moments for the first time is
It's
beautiful in multiple ways, especially because tonight we got to Guillermo's fucking slaughter at the theater.
Oh, so good.
And I will warn now, we are probably going to discuss things that have happened at the most recent episodes eventually. Right now, we're definitely going to talk about stuff that's happened in Season 3. There was a heads up on the podium, but in case you aren't in the Discord, which is, the Discord... if you haven't seen that, yeah, we're going to talk about recent stuff, because we're slightly feral. Just a little feral. Just a little feral.
Bit.
This show, I feel like we got into it just the right time, because we basically, like, caught up just as, like, Season 3 already had 5 episodes out.
Mm-hmm. See you,
Boots. Thank you for stopping by. We're very glad people are checking stuff out.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's a good show, and it's dumb and stupid, but fun, and also still has some of my favorite vampire lore, maybe in anything, honestly. Oh, should I do a second announce to let people know that we're starting what we do in the shadows, just in case?
Yeah, actually, that'll be fine.
Because I've seen Wayne do that when he changes games sometimes, so...
I'm actually gonna start this pose over, I just had an idea.
Ooh.
Oh shit, Jake!
Guillermo in this binder.
Oh.
If it leaves
Guillermo
no
in
work,
this binder?
I
Of
consent to
course.
you.
Fucking
Oh,
trans
hell.
Guillermo all the way, bro.
We are in so deep on trans Guillermo, y'all. Like, okay, first of all, this man be doing chores in the yard in a button-up shirt, under a sweater, under a jacket. First of all, I am just saying. And second of all, obviously the entirety of his, like, longing to become a vampire and the, like, changing of yourself into something, like, permanently other in this form that's, like, even, like, inherently evil or villainized or dramatic, that all course, he just works very well as, like, he's a semi-closeted ass gay man. Fight, like, he just is.
Mm-hmm.
He is.
Mm-hmm.
Who was raised Catholic, even though by what I would say is a pretty loving mom, like, by all
Mm-hmm.
appearances, but sometimes you can have a good parent and still be raised in Catholicism.
Yeah.
But also, the trans edge. The trans edge. The trans edge. And I'm gonna copy the link that Jake just sent and put it in our Discord.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're right, though. You're right, though.
Mm-hmm.
For crying out loud, my son is a Frankenstein for a reason. I'm all about hammer horror, monster metaphors for queerness and identity. I'm a fucking creation of hubris and science that God may not have intended but can no longer stop. You know, normal style.
I promised you, human across the ass. I will deliver. I must deliver.
I appreciate this. I appreciate this. I appreciate this. I appreciate this so much.
Hello, Lily. Hi, Lily Pup.
Hi, Lily.
How you doing, sweetness? You got something you want to tell me? What's up?
Maybe.
What's up? You just want a
But-
pet? Yeah.
Also, we gotta talk about the fact that Laszlo is referred to by his full name at one point, and his name is Leslie, audible quotation marks, Laszlo, and then his last name, which I always forget. Crowley?
Cravensworth.
Raven something? Ravensworth. So it's like, Leslie, Laszlo, Ravensworth. Leslie, huh? Leslie, huh? Also, Laszlo, as in Lazarus, as in a saint, specifically noted for having come back from the dead, and Laszlo has talked repeatedly about the fact that he was never happy when he was a human, and that only being turned by his hot vampire wife made him feel happy and in control of his life, and he loves being a vampire and loves being the specific thing he is.
Mm-hmm.
Laszlo, as in Lazarus. The man picked a meaningful fucking trans name. I'm saying this. I'm claiming this. I believe. Not in a the show gets credit for obvious rep way, but in a fight me way.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hello again, Lily.
Be good. Hi, Lily.
Do you have something you want to say?
Also, I find the
Hi.
oh,
Hi.
hello.
Hi, Lily. I think Lily wants to hit the bathroom. I'm gonna take a little break.
It's
to
actually
do that real quick.
let's start our BRB here because we've been going for like an hour and 22 minutes.
Okay. Sorry. Lily comes to tell me when she wants to go outside. Isn't that right, bud? Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna get up for about 10 minutes. Now's a good time to like get up, have a stretch, do a wiggle, get a cat, pet a cat. Don't get a cat. That would be kind of complicated to do on a BRB. But get a cat later,
Is
and
that
we'll see
true?
you in about 10 minutes.
Oh.
BRB.
What's going on with this poll? Who's your fave? Nandor sitting at 38 votes, Guillermo at 83, Laszlo at 2. Very cool for Laszlo. Nadja at 82 and Colin Robinson at 18, but Guillermo won at 85 votes. Hi, Frankie. Look at these fucking results. Oh, Jake.
Dang it, I didn't get back to my seat in time to fix the vote for Nandor. I tried my best. You're alright, though, is the thing. Objectively.
You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right.
I love Nandor, but he's terrible. Sometimes. I'll never be the person who goes like, haha, licking men, terrible, garbage can. No, men are great, men rule. Nandor specifically.
He's a pathetic little meow meow, and I love him.
I love him. He's 9 feet tall, and he is going fucking through it. Guillermo, though. The thing is, Guillermo deserves the fucking world. So... And if what Guillermo wants is this giant, terrible vampire, well...
Well, then he's going to get it, I think.
He's going to. I'm believing it into this world.
I can't believe Lily did that right into the mic. What a good girl.
It was so cute.
Yeah.
Just the most polite boo-woo.
That's how she wakes me up in the morning, too. Just right at my ear. It's really good. I love her.
She found a paw print clue for you.
God.
Pow, 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 pow. This is Bugs' fucking secret trick, is that Bugs is actually a blue dog.
It's true. It's so fucked up.
Fucked up. Bugs can do this sometimes.
I think I shouldn't be allowed to.
I think so. I don't think anyone can stop you. So this is how deep in it I am, y'all. I'm all the way down to, like, granularly, like, trying to figure out the precise circumstances of Nandor's childhood in, when... I think someone figured out the exact age, but it's, like, the 1230s? Like, the 1230s is about when he was born, I think?
1400s.
No, 1400s is... No, he was... That's 1700s, right? Or 1200s, right?
He's turning 700 and something, so wait, yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah. I'm opening the wiki. Mostly just so then I can say a definitive number and chat doesn't have to worry about it. He is 759 years old. So...
Oh boy, 2 gay trans people do math. Hooray!
Shut up. Gay and trans people can do math. I can't.
That's not us.
He was born in 1261.
Okay.
So I was like 30 years off.
I see.
Yeah, Jake can do math. Thank you. Yes. So, okay, here's the terrifying detail from the new episode we saw, is that it turns out everyone in this house celebrates his Ascension Day, which is the day that he became, and I'm going to pick out this precise wording because I'm fascinated by this, Supreme Viceroy, when he was about 16 or 17 fucking years old. And here's the thing, Supreme Viceroy isn't particularly an inherited position necessarily. A Supreme Viceroy is someone who has been empowered to act in behalf of a king. So he wasn't the king. He wasn't a prince who inherited this shit. It might have still been an inherited position, but he was doing stuff on behalf of a different and more inherent ruler of some kind. And here's the thing. We know he was sent to a brutal war training camp because he got a letter from his parents saved away in a little keepsake box asking to make sure that the rocks that were used as pillows, like, are they too hard? I hope not, which is nuts, because the fact that his parents sent a letter means that he knew how to read and write, which means he does come from a wealthy fucking family. I'm deep in it, y'all. I'm deep in it. So, not only that, but because his family is rich, we now know one other thing about him, which is that it's entirely possible he's had the horse he had while he was alive since he was a kid or a teenager, Jahan, or John. Having a horse at that age is like... Okay, so there's this story from Alexander the Great about like how he broke his horse when he was a mere child, and his horse is the most untamed wild horse ever, but he knew he could soothe the heart of Black Beauty. Alexander the Great was the world's first horse girl story, and I stand by this.
Good.
I should link that one webcomic, actually.
Yes, do it. Do it.
I got a link to it to hand. Yeah, so it's called the URL is Alexander Romance, but the title of the comic is Alexander the Servant and the Water of Life. And I'm straight up just gonna link to like the first page, because just read the introduction to this comic. It's more experimental than the rest of the comic so far. Like after this
manuscript.
It's fucking gorgeous, and the creator of this where's your name? Give me your name. Okay, I've been following this artist a long time, and she's really dope, and she includes, like, historical notes and everything, and, like, her research in the site, and her, like, process and shit. If you like to get deep in the weeds, you'll have a fun fucking time, as I have. But basically, the point I was going to make is that getting a horse when you were, like, a kid or a teenager... That's like the rich kid of today with a convertible car pulling up to their high school a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, obviously it depends, like, on what kind of horse it is and, like, the general situation, but a horse for just riding? A riding horse? You're a rich kid of some kind, and I just love the idea of it being, like, his baby time's beloved horse, and it also being kind of a rich kid thing. It feels right for Nandor, you know? Like, which... I'm probably not gonna get too deep on the weeds. This is just meant to show y'all how fucking deep in I am on this fucking vampire show with tits and dick jokes. Well, more dick jokes.
Maybe someday.
Jahan does mean my universe. You're correct, non-binary Vegeta. Which is the saddest, because canonically we also know that Nandor has been alive so long, again, like fucking almost 800 years now, that he has forgotten his original language, which is Farsi, going by what his ghost speaks, which means that he no longer remembers what the meaning of the word Jahan was, but he remembered that that was his horse's name all this time. Nandor's a fascinating character because a lot of, like, the quips about his backstory are, like, quick jokes, and then as soon as you start to lay them all out, you get a very tragic, weird story. Like, okay, here's the thing. Nandor also is, he's a warlord, he's a raider, he's like compared to Genghis Khan, which pisses him off, which cracks me up, because I think he spent, like, his whole life being compared to Genghis Khan. But the actual leader of a country going on that many raids isn't a good sign for how your country is doing. Because it's explicitly clear that he himself rode out with the army to do, like, raids and, like, wars and everything. That's, like, straight up, our country is failing, and if we don't go out and get resources, this drought's gonna wipe us out behavior.
Yeah.
Which, combined with the fact that a 16-year-old took the throne, there's a lot of scenarios that can lead to that, and none of them are particularly great for the sense of a country's stability. These things did happen, but it's incredibly fascinating. I'm making up my own embroidery back here, too, about it, trust me. Yeah, Adrian also points out he talks himself up like he's so fierce, but he was really nice compared to Nadja's approach to leadership in the episode where they both take on council duties to try and collect from what turns out to be a kind of goofy, pissant college group of vampires, which is very, very funny. Which is interesting, because, yeah, if that is what he was like then whatever was going on with his country means that they were kind of pushed to war to some degree. But also, I'm glad you brought that up, because Nadja in that episode implies that Nandor may have been different when they met. And there is a lot of implication that something happened that made him want to leave Europe to go with Nadja and Laszlo, which is kind of where he's stuck by ever since. And we have no idea what was going on with him between leaving his country, explicitly being chased out of his original country, and, like... Oh, hold on a second. BRB a sec, y'all.
Oh.
Yep, 5 min.
Okay. Hello. It's just you and me now, chat. Welcome. How are you? I'm fine. The dogs did not show me a possum today. I'm very happy. They were both very good. I need to reposition Nandor's leg to make this pose make a little more sense. Not that far. Legs is kind of like sticks under your body for balance, but sometimes they get fucked up and you just have to nudge them over and over and over. You know how it is. I think if I tilt all of Nandor a little more in towards Guillermo, that'll read a little better. Yeah, tilt him in and then tilt his legs to be a little more out, I think. Art is just slowly rotating things until they make sense. Remember this. You will need to know this later. Bless you for the human booty shorts. Listen, I promised. I promised. Bugs, do math real quick? Okay, 6 times 6 is 36. Oh, ooh, Ooh, oh, my brain. Oh, ooh. It's so full of knowledge. Oh, it hurts. Oh, ow. Ow. Oh. It's throbbing with power. Oh. Ow. Bugs' mind is expanding. It's huge. My brain is enormous. It's scary. I know. Thank you for staying here despite the monster I am. Thank you. Let me render out his ass a little more. His butt. His respectful butt. I'm saying render out his butt. What's 58 plus 11? I know what that is. What's 100 times 3? That is 3 100s, is what it is. Could Bug be any louder? Oh god, okay, hang on. I'm futzing with the audio levels to make sure you guys don't hear Sophie snoring the entire time is the thing. There we go. What's my favorite letter of the alphabet? I like X. The worst part of this dumb goof is how many times I had to double check the math because I kept getting it wrong. Fuck yeah, Puzz! Brain Winners Club! Brain Genius Club! Guillermo's smile's a little too big on the side. I'm gonna fix that. You start to get into, like, am I beautiful? Territory when you get a little too wide with the smile, so... I always wonder what I would do if I ran into the Am I Beautiful lady. I would just be like, yes. Yes. And then when she would go like, am I still beautiful now? I'd be like, yeah. And then we'd get married, and it would be so cool. And we would adopt horrible little kids. It would be so great. That's my plan. That's my 4-year plan. I did do averages today. I'm so scared. I'm so fucking sorry. I think Nandor had it right when he suggested bleeding Uncle Sam dry. Yeah, you know, I would say so. Nandor's new hair is so fucking hard to draw in this new episode. It's there was a preview for the next episode that spoilers had him like back to it, but it was because he hasn't been letting Guillermo brush his hair. He's kind of looking a little bit like this, and I'm like, hello, hi sir, what's up? Hey, so hee hee hoo hoo hee hoo hoo. I'm like, hey bro, what's up? You like schlubs? You like non-binary schlubs? Hey, hi, what's up? You like people who eat a banana and a cup of coffee for breakfast? Contact me. What's up? Love the hair up. Good look for Nandor. It is. It's just a hard look to draw. I have to keep, like, I have a reference on my phone of that scene where he's passing someone in the hallway and I have to keep staring at it like, okay, so it covers his ears, right. Got it. Still keeps kind of the general face shape. Like this. Like that. Like that. Let me carve this out a little more actually now that I'm here. So jealous of those shirts. Oh my god, I know. His shirt he was wearing in the kitchen scene with the sunflowers, I want that. I was looking on Chubster to see if they had any shirts similar to it, and they do, but they're like fucking pricey, so maybe later. Kevian mentioned he prefers keeping his ears hidden in relation to his hairstyle for Nandor, like that deliberate. Ugh, cool. That's so cool. I became a beast when the episode came out and just bookmarked every HQ image of Nandor I saw on Twitter. I may have... Hang on, let me turn on desktop capture so you can understand where I'm at. Wrong window. Hang on. Okay. So these are all photos of what we do in the shadows over here. And these are basically the same thing. You see? So I'm doing normal. Hi, Cuppy! So, I'm doing very normal, is the thing. I'm doing normal, I'm doing good, I'm doing normal. It's good, it's good, it's good, it's good actually, it's good. I'm not used to at this desk I can pull the drawing monitor like right up to my face and I don't have to lean all the way over. So I keep having to remind myself to pull it in. It's weird. It turns out it's actually not supposed to hurt when you draw. Did you know that? That's so fucked up. He looks very good with his hair like this. Yeah. They're art references. It's for art. Exactly, Crash Dash. Exactly. That's what I'm going to tell the police when they check my, I don't know, computer and see all these photos. And go, why do you have so many photos of this guy? And I'll go, art. Art reference, bro. Art reference. Appreciate that they're all separated instead of in a folder together. Folders are for chumps. Folders are for chumps. Live vicariously. You should see how fucking messy my references are. I am lucky I have enough of a brain to put my commissions folder in user by user, at least, you know? Let's see, he looks very good. It looks so soft, it does. Apparently it was a wig. And his hair didn't get cut like that. It's a fucking incredible wig if that's true. It looks so real. Let's see. Guillermo had kind of a hoodie on. Absolutely love the way you draw Guillermo's hair. Thank you. That's very kind of you. What's the track playing right now? This is from Splatoon, I would say? Yeah, this is Tornado Shuffle from Splatoon 1. See you, Roach. Yeah, I've been watching a little of the After the Shadows thing, and it's very cute seeing Kavian Novak with his hair down. So cute. I need to make Guillermo a little smaller, because he's shorter. Just a little smaller. Yeah, there we go. Let's see. I've been trying to think when I'm drawing lately about the line of action. So, Nandor's line of action... Maybe if I just tilt the humans a little more. It's gotten a little bit stiff. I recently, I've had kind of a big drawing change mentally. I saw a breakdown of a technique I use and why it doesn't really work. And the technique is basically that you have to, like, if you draw down the middle, the line of gravity is there, so a foot will be there. And I saw a breakdown of it that was like, well, yeah, you could do that, but you know, it's gonna, like, make for stiff and weak poses if you always do that. And they did a comparison of, like, you know, like, the person in the book who originally did this was like, look, this pose is so much stronger than this pose, but then you look at it and it's like, no, the pose where the legs are all the way back there and it doesn't make sense is actually a much stronger leaning over pose. So, it's interesting. I have to unteach myself this whole method I learned for drawing, just for sake of, like, I've always wondered why my poses felt so stiff to me, and it may have been something I learned just really early starting on drawing, you know? It's weird. Art's weird, I tell ya. Anyway, so you can see that same triple here with this foot straight down from the head. I don't know, it's good sometimes, but I guess what I'm trying to learn is when to not use that technique, I guess. It's all about the fundamentals you don't use, I suppose. Let's see. Watched Before the Shadows recently, where Kavian tells a story about how he used to prank call doing impressions when he wanted to do voice work, but no one was hiring him. He managed to trick the BBC for 6 months. Oh god. The weird transition where you're trying to unlearn bad habits. Yeah, that's exactly it. It's always weird, but, you know, you come out the other side better for it. I mean, just getting into Going Under got me to start drawing lineless, and that's done just a fuck ton for me, confidence-wise, because now when I look at a drawing, you know, I don't get scared about, like, painting over it, because I know that, like, okay, I've drawn this once. I can draw this again, easy peasy. I know where the eyes were, I know where the mouth was, I can redo this, it's fine, you know? So I can just paint right on top of the stuff I make, and then work out from there, and, you know, it's nice, I kind of have, like, you know, I can build up, pieces this way, so I actually use this technique a lot when I was working on, these drawings, Sam and Max for sure, I did an undersketch that I painted over, so, yeah. It's interesting. That's a little too light, actually, now that I'm looking at it. Oh, the Mad Rat OST? Yeah, you know, actually, with the donation I got tonight, I might be able to actually get that game finally. That was kind of nice. Kind of in a similar boat, like, I can feel my art wants to evolve, but my hand is resistant, or I don't have time to practice because of college. You know what you need? You need to feed your brain. That's what I gotta do. It's not in the sense of, like, you need to hit the books harder, but when you hit something where it's like, you know... Okay, so there's actually two things to that. So, one, one, fucking, you know, you've probably heard this, but you know the whole thing about, like, your eye for seeing what's wrong with your work develops separately from your hand's ability to keep up. So that's why sometimes you'll hit that, like, slump of, like, oh my god, everything I draw is terrible. But then it's like, no, that's just your brain going, there's things I want to fix about my work. I have room to grow. And then you just gotta go out and just start fucking consuming stuff and let your brain chew on it, you know? Like, alright, you wanna work on hands. Who does good hands? What do you like about what their hands do? What other work have they done? What influences them, you know? You just gotta give your brain stuff to chew on and keep working. Or, you know, sometimes you don't even have to work. Sometimes it's good to stop drawing for a little bit and just take a break. Theory versus application? Yeah, exactly. Sometimes the brain needs some scritches and some snacks. Yeah, exactly. You know, whenever that happens, I find myself getting into new fandoms, which I think is what happened with What We Do in the Shadows. I was getting a little unhappy with how I was drawing noses particularly, so I've been, because when I draw like the HLVRAI guys, I always draw Gordon with like triangle nose. This is Gordon. And then like Benry, I'll do like a little bit lower of a nose. But I realized, like, while I was looking at, like, there's not really that much difference between these characters, you know, outside of like facial length and like the eyes, you know. So I wanted to try to teach myself how to draw a little bit stronger.
Hi, sorry about that.
Oh, hi. What happened? You okay?
I'm fine. I posted about it in Collab Chatter. I'm not going to talk about it on there, though.
Okay.
One sec, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we gotta wrap up early, it's no bigs.
I'll let you know.
Okay. We will pick up on Friday with these sketches if we have to wrap early because of that.
Yeah, I figure. Let's see. What have y'all been talking about besides tormenting bugs with math for some reason?
Oh, we were talking about art theory.
Ooh, that's always fun.
Yeah.
God. Go ahead.
Oh, talking about, like, you know, how the eye develops versus how your brain develops, you know, what your hand can do when you're drawing.
Yeah, that's always tough.
Mm-hmm.
I have an especially weird version of that because I don't really draw humanoid figures, but my eye for them is really, really good because I like giving art feedback back, and that's a tough position.
Oh yeah.
This is why if I ever update my like character model for my Sona and everything, I'll probably hire someone else to do it for me. Because drawing myself that first time was a trial. God, the reason I suddenly went God earlier is because I was thinking about how much I want a fucking like book from like the making of this dang show.
Oh my god, I know! Just the costumes? Are you kidding me?
The costuming and like the room design and the lighting. I would be very curious to like see how the sets for the show like look and work. Like the lighting they have on some of them is really good, and the newspaper in the windows thing does a really good job. I assume covering for like where the set is on a soundstage or something,
Yeah.
surely?
So,
Yeah.
The exterior of the house is in Pasadena, which isn't too far away, but literally, like, the article is like, the house is here, because my pops emailed it to me, and then it's like, and by the way, please do not go visit the property. It's actually owned by people who live there. And then it's like, so the exterior shots are all shot in Pasadena, and then the rest is on a soundstage.
God, I love that.
Right.
See, that's especially smart considering
Raven
how many
Bonnefoy.
fucking, like... Hey, good night, Raven Bonnefoy. That's especially smart considering how much, like, goofy levitation stunts they do.
Yes. Yes, exactly. Have I seen the interview with the costume designer? Yes, I've read several. The new costume designer for season 3 was the understudy, I want to say, for the costume designer for seasons 1 and 2.
Yeah!
And she's
So, like, they've been Yeah, she's been like working on the show the whole time, but like that, I really enjoy like the approach she's brought in for some of the characters.
Yeah, she's very heavy into like historical research reflecting the costumes used on the characters. It's fascinating. Like,
Yes, which I really love the approach they take, which is like, yeah, they're all from a specific era, but like they're gonna pick up clothing as they go. Like this is the
yes.
end result of. So it's not the end of the world if there's like something I really love is that Naja wears like pretty much exclusively glitter eyeshadow, which like if it was on a historical show, that's like ahistorical's fucking shit. But of
Mhm.
course she does.
Of course she
It
does.
just kind of makes her look like I don't know. I don't even know if this is accurate to the era, but I feel like I associate like that kind of like thick glitter lid with like a very like 90s baby doll goth kind of look.
Yes,
Like
yes, you're so right. You're so right.
it's extremely powerful, especially because it's like glitter all the way from like the lashes to the lid. I love that.
Um, I can't play the song that I think they're dancing to on air, but hang on, let me get the title for you. Because it's a song
Oh,
that
are
I've
you
been
going to be
listening
mean?
to a lot lately.
Are you going
No,
to be mean?
they're dancing happily.
See you later, Arsene.
See our scenes.
I don't know. Mr. Harvey's been putting up so many sad love
Oh my
songs.
god, I know, I know, I know.
Shut up, Adrian.
Is Lady Flash by the Go Team.
Aww.
It's a good song. It's, hey, you. If you've seen,
Oh.
Kid actually did an animation to it that's really good.
Oh shit. Which, by the way, what I was joking about is the fact that the actor for Guillermo literally puts like fucking song choices to ship art on Instagram.
Oh my god, yeah, he's like constantly posting Nendermo fan art. And I'm like, hello, hey, hi, hello, hi, hey.
Listen.
What's
This
that?
man understood the assignment. This man made up the assignment and then understood it.
Yes.
Which, I think we mentioned this on last time's stream, but like, Bugs was finding out that like, yeah, the character of Guillermo used to be very different, was originally planned to be like an old kind of man kind of character,
Mm-hmm.
and then Harvey just fucking came in with like his own take on there, like, rewrite it.
Yes. Have you ever been so
Extremely
powerful and gay
powerful.
you forced the show to rewrite itself around you?
Which, you know what? Good fucking for him,
Yeah,
honestly.
honestly. Because,
Uh,
he was talking about, I was reading an article he did in Chubster where he was talking about, like, you know, getting, as a fat person, you get typecast in comedies and stuff like that. And he's like, I started going in for roles that would, you know, ask for skinny dudes. And I would get it anyway. And I'm kind of sure that's what happened with What We Do in the Shadows with how much.
oh,
the
I'm
character was
almost
rewritten.
sure.
Yeah.
Like, I could very much see, and I'm not even like throwing any shade or anything here, but like it's a gaunt elderly figure who's worn and tired, like that kind. He's like, what if I go anyway? Yeah, they straight up based the costuming off what he wore for the interview, like
Yeah.
the sweater and
glasses
collared
the
shirt
sweater.
look.
I love Harvey talked about, yeah, Guillermo dresses for how he's feeling. So if you see, like, color in his
Yes.
wardrobe, he's feeling more confident. And then he had this cute detail of, like, and when he thought Nandor was going to bite him, he wore a dress shirt with really pointy collar because it made him think about Dracula fangs.
Yes. Oh my god.
And it's cool because sometimes when Guillermo is about to, like, he thinks he's about to get bitten again, you'll see that shirt come back. Like in this recent episode when Nandor's leaving, he's actually wearing that shirt.
Yeah, I've been paying attention to when the, like, especially fucking starchy, sharp shirt collars have come in, and ooh, it's something for sure. Was he supposed to be Benji, that one old dude familiar who used to be Nandor from that one episode? I doubt it worked like that. I don't think they, like, looked at their original concept and were like, let's throw this out and put there somewhere later. I don't think it was supposed to be, like, that old, just, like,
No,
more middle-aged than he is.
Yeah, it was supposed to be middle-aged, dude.
I do love Benji, though, because we've been talking about how, like, so Benji is Nandor's old familiar, who he was mostly active with in the 70s, and then he, like, literally dropped off somewhere after wiping his memory of being a familiar, which we also noticed coincides roughly with back when he first started to get with his terrible dirtbag on again, off again girlfriend, Gail. Because during her episode, Nandor says, "Oh yes, we've been off and on again for maybe 30, 40 years." Hey,
Driftwood.
So happy to
Thank you for
celebrate
resubscribing,
1 year with some
Driftwood.
gay vampires.
Thank you so much. 1 whole year.
Yeah, now you are free. Now you have colors.
Mm-hmm.
But like, okay, so he says, oh, 30 or 40. Nausea says 40 years exactly. Like, obviously it's probably been plus or minus a bit because they're vampires, but I'm like, so that's when you lost your last familiar, is when you started this terrible relationship with a girl who will openly tell strangers that she gets tired of you after a while. Who, even in photos, does not, like, really smile in his direction.
Smile.
Nando's do. Which, by the way, that episode's a great one just for Guillermo going, it won't last.
Yes! Oh my god, what a bitch. I love him.
He is... Season 3 is truly the rise of the bitchiest possible Guillermo, and I kind of love it every single time. Adrian says, I feel like Charlie Kelly, Pepe Sylvia see when I talk about this show. I've already been in that place with shows a lot before, but I'm also over here with, like, the timeline of Nandor's fucking tragic-ass human life. The themes. Ooh, the themes. Which, speaking of which, the most recent episode has been tormenting us with dramatic-ass fucking parallels, especially invoking the power relationship between Nandor and Guillermo, and the degree to which, like, just, reversing the trend of Nandor going after Guillermo to get him back, and which one of them is in the cage, and,
Ugh. Even, like, the glitter portrait versus the dolls.
Yes! Ugh. And in the most recent episode, which I think now we'll probably start talking about, if you haven't seen the most recent episode that came out last week, you've been warned. Good luck.
Mm-hmm.
I will say I think it's one of those things where even if you hear what's gonna happen in it, it fucking hits you hard anyways, because...
Yeah.
Like, even in the episode
man.
description, it's like, oh, Nandor joins a cult that thinks that being a vampire is bad, and I went in like, oh, what's this gonna look like? And then it hurt me for about 20 to 30 minutes.
Yeah, oh man, I, like, couldn't look at the screen
Tightly
at some point.
paced.
Yes, beat to beat to beat to beat, just solid.
Like, I love this show. I love when it's very slice of life. I love when it has, like, a goofy little balancing of different stuff happening at once. But, oh boy, that episode is fucking like,
Oof.
just right through it. Whew.
The episode was scary as fuck? Yeah,
Yeah, it was.
honestly.
So the episode is literally about Nandor being incredibly depressed, like outright Nausea says, vampire depression is no joke, baby. Like, he is identified as having depression, which, I gotta say, this might be the first time vampire media has really sold me on someone being, like, depressed by being a vampire.
Yeah, same.
I feel like a lot of times it's hard for them not to come off like, ooh, I get to live a long time. But no, in this case, like, because it's, I don't know, something about the way they on-roaded, like, him getting worse and worse and sadder, and the degree to which, like, he is depressed because he does not have someone to share his life with, and also, the man does not have any hobbies.
Yeah.
Which kind of makes sense, because his main, like, job skills aged out of being appropriate for day-to-day use, like, 500 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
Here's the scary part. By the way, quick detail about that depression. Nandor is depressed in that episode. Laszlo and Naja imply that this has happened before a lot, possibly for very long amounts of time when it hits. And Guillermo says he has never seen Nandor like this, which means this is the first time Nandor has been depressed to this level since he met Guillermo. Rebounding Nandor becomes horse girl levels into horses again. Listen, this man could just buy a ranch and become a goth cowboy.
I think that would be good. I
So,
think he should be allowed to do this.
Yes. And in this episode, he winds up joining a cult. And it might be one of the best... I don't know if I've really seen very many pieces of media like this terrifyingly and accurately dial in to a specific kind of, like, cult kind of behavior without it being a shitty joke or getting too grim.
Yeah, agree.
A cult led by Cree Summer, who fucking killed it. Jesus Christ. I did not know that Cree Summer could play a fucking incredibly charismatic, deeply chilling villain, but now I would like more of that somewhere else, please.
Yes, please.
Please? Please? It was
Please?
very good as the thing.
Please, please.
Which, it's so good because it went on very good lines of, like, cult stuff, where, like, the reason people might join a cult isn't because they step in and go, like, yes, I do think Nazdril, the world serpent, will eat everybody who doesn't eat sesame paste for most of their meals. You join because you're like, wow, these people are really nice, and I'm in a really tough place right now, and this feels like some sense of community and togetherness and, like, positive feedback that I'm not getting from other places in my life right now, or don't feel like I'm getting, or something about this is easier because everyone's talking so much about how much they like me and how good it would be if I was here. All the time. Constantly.
Yeah.
And I could be something better if I'm here. And if something's hard about this, that just proves that I'm doing good at this, that I'm doing the hard thing. So this episode has a shot of Nandor's fucking vampire fangs being pulled out while everyone cheers him on like he's climbing a rope in gym. So, first of all, heads up for dental horror.
The fact that they put out a cult episode now after a year plus of quarantine, yup.
Yeah.
And it was
Like I
filmed
said,
during
the writing
quarantine.
is done with a very delicate hand,
Yep.
which is good, because that stuff can get grim or cheap very easily. I think by focusing on it, like, the point of the cult is the idea that vampires can be turned back into humans, and it's very much a, well, before you join, you go, well, I don't know how it works, but it must, because the woman who leads it drank water and ate an apple in front of me, and definitely didn't go discreetly vomit to the side. Which, vomit warning, by the way. When she gets up and goes to a different door after drinking water, skip ahead like 20 or 30 seconds till she's eating an apple.
Yeah.
I swear to God, I'm gonna make, like, a quick list of, like, here's the episodes with the metaphobia, and about where they're at.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if one of those is out yet, and I got a friend or two where it's a problem.
Yeah, I feel that.
Validly so, if I may say so. Like, all shit be valid, but Yartson is gross. Yeah, and it's great because they even show Nandor being like, yes, well, I'm very, very skeptical, and even, like, looking around like, this is bullshit. This is totally bullshit. This is terrifying and bullshit. But what kills me is part of what you can see makes him, like, start to get into it, is he wants to eat.
Yeah.
He wants really bad, like, when she eats an apple, he, like, clicks his teeth a little bit. Or
Like,
I
he
should
wants
say
to eat
she
it
takes a
too.
bite of an apple and chews it. She, like, very distinctly doesn't swallow in any way. Ugh. It's just... It's such a good portrait of someone who's, like, at the end of their rope in a horrible, unique way. And it's really good because, like, it suddenly turns around the thing of, like, well, usually it's like Guillermo gets fed up by how he's treated or has something he's struggling with and he leaves because that's kind of what Guillermo does when he's overwhelmed. But, oh, this episode.
Guillermo even goes,
Ugh.
you know, it's interesting. It kind of makes me wonder how he felt when all the times I left. I never thought he would be the one to leave.
Yeah, 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 which, by the way, speaking of, like, there's the episode we watched today with the Paintbox crew of, like, the episode where, like, they do some fucking comedic farce nonsense with a cape that can let you look like somebody, and it looks like Nandor. Uh, and Guillermo as Nandor, when someone suggests that Guillermo could leave Nandor because Nandor treats him badly, he goes, "Oh no, he never would. No, he never would." And it's like,
Oh,
does it go both ways, though, Guillermo? Does it... Are you sure it goes both ways, that this can just keep on the way it's been forever and nothing has to change, Guillermo? Because I think it's killing Nandor a little.
And I
Because,
think it's killing
okay,
Guillermo a little.
it's killing both of them, yes, that's accurate. Because, there's a scene in that where Nandor is leaving, where Guillermo, like, kind of runs out to stop him, that has the most heartbreaking shit, because I feel like Guillermo, like, tries to express two separate thoughts, and the first one is, I care about you and I want you to stay, but unfortunately the second thought is, just turn me and then we can both be happy, and at least then, like, you'll be done with me, I'll be done with this. And unfortunately they come out like one thought.
Yes.
Because I'm a big... I'll pull for Nandor, and I do think it's very like, Nandor, how can you not notice? And I'm also like, yeah, but also, Guillermo constantly going, because we're good friends, or because I'm his bodyguard, because I'm doing this as part of my job. Like, my man, you're not giving Nandor a lot to work with either.
Oh, I like this drawing.
I did too, the posing's really cute.
Thank you.
The size difference on these two is very cute.
Oh, it's good. Oh, it's prime. Fucking, I love the size difference. I love it, I love it, I love it, I love it.
Yeah, the why do you think I've been here for all of these years? Like,
Oh my
Guillermo,
God.
I think that was meant to be a separate thought, but it turned into, so I can get turned.
Oh. Fucking Nandor literally thinks that Guillermo just sees him as like a means to an end for vampirism.
Yep.
Oh, it's so rough. It's so rough.
And you can tell he does, too, because, like, every other episode where, like, well, I mean, for crying out loud, the first episode, well, the first episode where Guillermo left for, like, a significant amount of time with the
Celeste,
familiar
yeah.
who apparently got turned into a vampire. And it's especially fascinating considering that, like, the ways Guillermo talks about it is like, yeah, I think sometimes about, like, if I had just been a normal person and pursued, like, a normal life, where I'd be, I guess doing this instead is kind of childish, but the heart wants what it wants.
Ugh. 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 You know?
Mm-hmm. It's, yeah, brain full of too many thoughts. He came here selfishly and now he's staying selfishly, which that's also an extreme part of the episode, is just like, hey, it's never like suddenly a question of like, well, Guillermo stayed in the house even though Nandor, like, fucking, told him to leave, that he's free, he's not his familiar anymore. And so Naja and Laszlo just kept him on, huh?
Yeah, I think they like him. I think they like him. I think they're a family.
I think so. Well, I was just noticing today that on the episode when they're like debating about what to do because he's a vampire hunter, Naja calls him Guillermo, not Gizmo.
Oh,
I think
that's
she only
cute.
calls him Gizmo to his face.
That's cute. Are we really getting that slow burn? Oh God, I know. Me and Frankie were talking today about like we think if something's going to happen, it's probably not going to happen this season.
Oh, no. It's what we were talking about too is like I think sometimes what's hard for people to remember is that if something actually gets to have gay romance, then it gets to have it be as slow and as difficult as straight romances can be on TV, you know?
Here's what
Like,
I've been telling
Brooklyn Nine-Nine didn't have fucking detective chick and dude propaganda get together until, like, quite a while in of a lot of bullshit.
Yeah, and also you need to remember that they got to convince their straight audiences too, but also like, oh man.
Which is tough because some of their straight audiences decided on Reddit that the reason that they're so weirdly close and intensely emotional with each other is that Guillermo is reincarnated from Jahan the horse. A horse whose ghost is summoned and is seen visibly going to the afterlife throughout the episode where the ghosts show up, which inherently means that the horse could not fucking enter the cycle of reincarnation. So, shut the fuck up. I will note, technically there is a note of precedence, because we know that Gregor was a horse in one of his reincarnations, but again, as much as I hate to argue it from this angle, because obviously it's just wrong and dumb, we saw the horse's ghost, which is a hell of a statement.
I take it back. They're dancing to "I'd rather dance with you than talk with you."
Ugh, rude. Like, but here's the thing. I consider that a good sign. I consider that a great sign. I love nothing more than to hear that straight people are having to scramble to figure out a reason why this is just normal bro behavior, because that means that it's undeniably more than just, oh, these men's are very intense with each other, and the straight dudes writing them don't actually know how to write emotional intensity that isn't romantic in nature, which often leads to a lot of stuff made by straight people winding up being gay romance Kingdom Hearts, Zenigata, and Lupin.
Smile.
Reoccurring problem.
Smile.
We've been in these situations before. But yeah, it's especially funny because we know Nandor's bi, and I think we know Guillermo is gay. We don't know he's gay, but we know he's gay.
Yeah, I think from the conversation that got interrupted in the casino episode, we know. We don't know, but we know. I think a fan out and out asked at a panel recently, and Harvey, it was either that or an interview, and Harvey, it's either Harvey or Kavian said like, oh yeah, Nandor knows Guillermo's gay. They've been close for this long. Of course he knows. It's like, yeah. Is that so? Yeah. Right on. So let's see. So,
which makes a lot of sense considering that, like, in the casino episode itself, we have, like, there's this very distinct scene where, like, Laszlo and Nadja and the rest are all trying to, like, talk to Guillermo, and at first they're very awkward about it until, of course, Laszlo starts being like, so who are you fucking? And it's great because you can see in the shot the entire time, like, Nandor in the background looking like haha jokes when they're like, do you have a girlfriend? And then as soon as they say, or a boyfriend, his face goes flat and he's looking to Guillermo very intently.
Omniram, these are Nandor and Guillermo from the TV show What We Do in the Shadows.
Yeah, and we're talking about the series recently, including recent episodes, although we're not discussing spoilers at the moment.
Also, thank you to Joshua the Zombies. Here's your piece of them dancing, and a little piece of what happens after they're dancing. That's fine.
Oh,
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's
just
fine.
a little. It's
Just
okay
a
to do
little.
this.
It's okay. It's good to do this. These are just guy things. It's cool to dip your bro and stare romantically at his panting face and think, I could close the distance between us, and yet, would he be okay with this? And to not do it because you're not sure, but you could. Just guy things. Just dude things. Haha.
Just normal guy things.
Just guys being bros. Just dudes being dudes. Let's see, what's up next? Puzz wanted. I'm a luxury if you can afford, but Guillermo with Sam the cat. Of course, of course, of course.
I think that makes sense. I think that makes sense. I think that makes sense. The rituals are intricate, is the thing. Yeah, also non-binary Vegeta mentions when Guillermo's about to come out to them, Nandor actually leans in closer.
Yes. Yes, yes, you're so
and new
right.
I too still feel kind of soft about the siren and Colin. That was cute.
Yes, that was cute. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Okay, found the ref. Time to draw this bad boy. Colin being famous to the weed bro was so pleasant. Yes, that was great. I fucking love that.
Yeah. It's especially cute because we do know that there's like a weird little energy vampire community, which I was talking with Bugs today about how like weird and like energy vampires are fascinating to me.
Mm-hmm. I mean, where do they even come from, you know?
Well, especially because when he's like, yeah, I don't even remember my mom because she was boring. Then there's a beat and he says, still is.
Huh,
Like,
and Colin's 100 years old. I see.
Yeah, he was born in like the 1920s.
Huh. Cool, cool, cool. I swear, I think the farewell is gonna be about Colin.
He called his grandma's ghost, and his dad sounds like he was human.
His
Because
dad?
he's like, yeah, my dad was really upbeat. A real RuPaul type, except in the
Yeah.
1920s, which... Ugh.
I wonder if Colin's the son of a vampire and an energy vampire.
I wonder, but I also wonder if he isn't just like, if energy vampires just reproduce with a human, like... This is terrible. But remember how Colin interacted with Topher? Where he's like, yeah, I'm having a pickle of a time trying to drain you. You're just too upbeat. Like, some humans appear to be
Oh.
pretty, like, immune.
Yeah.
So maybe that's how that would work, is that if you find someone who can, like, isn't really affected by your draining.
You know? Sam,
You know?
cat, what we do in the shadows.
I love that cat.
I love that cat too. He made a whole charcuterie with his little paws. He's so talented.
I want to hear about the other cool energy vampire types, like comedian vampires who drain by making people... Oh, okay, so... I don't think the show is ever going to show us something like that, although it would be a very cool fan concept to work with, because energy vampire is a... how to phrase this? When I say a real type of vampire people believe in, what I mean by that is it's a real thing people have made up. It is a new age, white person ass concept that is very Californian. If not in origin, then it's where it's made its home. There are people who truly will say that they believe that some people are energy vampires or psychic vampires who drain your energy by being fucking annoying bummers, except they won't phrase it that way. They phrase it in very, very serious, woo-y ways, and will try to sell you books on how to defend against people who are like this, to which I say, I think you can just listen to that one Wildly Unlikable Guy song, and that's basically all you need to get through it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He's just a wildly unlikable guy. It's okay, okay. Fucking genius of our times.
God bless.
Colin is the wildly unlikable guy.
Gwyneth Paltrow sells anti-psychic vampire spray. Good fucking
I'm not
Christ.
shocked.
You're right, you're right, you're right, you're right. She would.
We're not gonna talk... No. Don't talk about the gross stuff that Gwyneth Paltrow also does in my chat, please.
Please. Thank you.
I know she does these things. She does these crimes, but not here, if that's okay. Strict no vagina talk in the crowd.
It's okay.
It's okay. A 10-second timer is the equivalent. A timeout is the equivalent of gently pushing a cat away from cereal.
God.
Just no. But yeah, probably psychic. I think psychic energy vampires are only off of negative things. Partially because this show, I feel like in spirit, has no room for vampire curse cop-outs.
Mm-hmm.
And to be clear, I don't think it's bad if a story has it that vampires can get by off of animal blood or substitutes for blood. One of my favorite settings for vampires is the Discworld form of vampires, where vampires can actually go cold turkey off of blood by, and I'm not joking, developing a hyperfixation strong enough. They just get really obsessed with that instead. One of my favorite vampire characters of all time is Otto von Schreck, who talks exactly like a stereotypical Transylvanian vampire would, and at one point in one of the books, Sam Vimes actively takes a moment to stop and go, actually maybe he plays this up because it makes him a cartoon vampire to people so that they aren't freaked out by him.
God. That's cute.
It's very, very cute. He's really one of my favorites, and I don't care what anyone says, including the author. That book is... You've read enough Discworld to know that sometimes a gay romance is happening, even though nobody seems aware of it.
Oh, absolutely. My God.
It happens real fast.
Yeah.
It happens real fast in those books.
Oh, with Vimes and the... Ba-ba-ba?
Oh, Vimes and Vetinari, and Sybil have something going on that's not straight.
Cute.
I don't know what it is, but it's not straight.
Ooh, Puzz, that sounds fascinating.
Ooh, yeah. I actually have my own setting with vampires and vampire lore in it, because I'm a pissant and decided that I think it's more interesting to do hammer horror monsters in an Eldritch setting than Eldritch monsters in an Eldritch setting.
Good night, Puzz. Sleep good.
Good night, Puzz. Get some sleep. So someday I keep thinking that I should put in a big oversized point donation, at which point I have to talk about my OCs, because that's the only way I'll ever do it. 100K, make Frankie talk about one of his OCs. I'll think about it, Jake. Person who will save up to do this. Do I enjoy the Vamp Anthem? I don't know it. I know the Black Ribboner Pledge from Discworld. But yeah, in What We Do in the Shadows, I really kind of enjoy that it's made very clear that, animal blood works, but you're gonna feel, sick and shitty all the time.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
Because when Nadja turns Jenna,
Mm-hmm.
she at first is just hunting animals in the woods and shit, and is outright I feel terrible. I don't know what's happening to me. She can't use her vampire powers very well yet.
I was sitting here making meals on my own, living alone for these past 2 weeks, and all I could think about was one day when I was sick laying around, I was just thinking, Nadja going, baby, you feel sick like crap because you're eating like crap.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah.
You were eating. You were like the urchin.
Oh God, yeah. You're like a sad little urchin boy. No.
Which I'm just saying, in my heart of hearts, if Jenna ever shows back up, it's gonna be with a butch haircut and a cool jacket. I think Nadja has a type.
Okay. Consider Derek Guillermo.
Uh-huh.
Possibly happening almost, and Nandor getting jealous. Think about
God.
it. Think about it. Think about it.
I will think about it at some point, I
Because
promise.
Derek owes Guillermo a favor, you know. He did save his life, you know.
I feel like the show's way of doing this would just be that they're very obviously just hanging out and being friends, and
yes,
Nandor gets
absolutely.
really intense about it, to be honest. I
Yes.
don't even think any romance needs to actually be in the cards
Oh,
for...
absolutely. They're just fucking like hanging out talking about Fortnite and stuff.
Yeah, which I do love that Derek has a very like hot topic goth thing going
Yes!
on,
Oh, I
because
love Derek.
that's what someone like about our age or a little bit younger would crave, is the walk into Hot Topic and hypnotize them into letting you walk out with like $400 worth of pants.
Oh, sure thing, Mintaka Blue. Here. So far all we have is a very orange Guillermo. I gotta fix that. And then
Yeah.
dancing. And then I doodled this little Guillermo when I was thinking something out.
Which, entertainingly, the council is capable of prosecuting vampires for
all.
fashion things, which entertains me because there's a disco-themed family who don't get dinged, which makes sense because it must be that the fashion, like, continues to update, like, you know, as time's passing. Like, how long is it, though, before Hot Topic Goth has to be allowed just because it's been long enough?
40 years since Hot Topic was opened.
Derek's
Oh,
gonna be a
shit.
criminal the whole time.
Thank you for the follow, Venistra. Thank you.
Shirt pants win, God.
You can be a Trip Dance vampire, Jake. You're allowed.
I can't stop you. I'm not on the Vampiric Council. I'm just saying what the council does, like, get into. BRB again, 1 second. Nothing's wrong, though. I just have to
Okay.
get up and stretch.
Okay. Hi again, folks. How's it going? Thank you for bearing with us tonight. Something a little bit came up that we're kind of keeping an eye on, so that's why things might be a little odd, but thank you for bearing with us. We're probably gonna do another one of these sooner rather than later, because this is very fun. I like doing these. Hi, Kalish called Jericho. Thank you, Skull Elephant. Very sweet of you. You can only be the Trip Pants vampire if you have glow sticks and a Gur shirt. Oh my god, seen vampires! It could happen. It could happen. It could happen. I used to have a Gur hoodie. It was the only, well, I had another piece of Gur merch when I was a kid, but I used to have a Gur hoodie that when I was like a shitty teen, here's my bangs that were on only one side of my face, and then my mom insisted that I have my hair cut like Joan Jett, so my hair looked like this, but I was like the chubbiest kid, so it looked just very weird. And then I had like a Gur hoodie that had like eyeballs and a little nose and a little tongue and little ears. It was cute. I liked it. Cyber goth vampires. Oh. That's effectively your Sona Hazel's haircut? Listen, Joan Jett, man. Fucking, I love her. Well, I loved her when I was in middle school. I haven't really caught up much with what she's up to now. So I don't know if she's, love the concept of seen vamps, especially since a good portion of being a vamp is not to be seen. Oh my god, you're right. Hang on. Wait, hang on, wait. shit, what was that? Oh, hi.
Doodle request. Please
Hello.
can I see Nandor with the dolls that Guillermo made of them last episode?
Oh my god.
I just want him to hold them.
Absolutely, Mintaka Blue.
Oh, what do we got?
Mintaka Blue says, and donated $10, doodle request. Please can I see Nandor with the dolls that Guillermo made of them last episode?
Yes!
I just want him to hold them. Yes, I promise.
Yes.
I'm almost done with the piece 2 ahead of you, and then I will get on it.
I've been thinking about the idea of Guillermo making him a little doll horse of Jahan.
Yes!
Like, based off of... Because, like, they have a literal painting of Jahan around. They've probably got multiple paintings of that horse around. So, like, you know, it'd be like a little awkward, like, simple pattern, but he'd be able to make it, like, the right color and, like, the right markings and try to get, like, the proportions, kinda...
God, you're right.
This man needs a doll. This man needs his horse.
I think so too. I do.
You wore a trip trench coat year-round in South Florida for several years while riding
Oh,
bicycles to and from
God.
school. Yeah, hot weather climate goths are the strongest people alive.
Yeah, I wore black every day in Hawaii, black in a hoodie and black pants. Or big old jeans. I would like to go back to
I've talked about this on stream before. I was too poor to have more than like 3 decent goth pieces of clothing.
Ooh, what'd you have?
Oh, I had so there was the rose print black button-up shirt. Little like roses
Ooh.
on the stem kind of roses with
Oh, that's cool.
faux like faux moonstone snap buttons very specifically. And then I think I had like one solid like black, I don't even think trip pants, they're like the next stage down from trip pants where they're just kind of like baggy on you and got straps and the big old cargo short kind of pockets.
Oh, wow.
And for a while, this was around when I had like red streaks going down my hair for a hot second. Pretty good.
Ooh.
And I would wear this with my red and black singular t-shirt that kind of suited the look, sort of. I am an otaku with the same sentence written out in kanji t-shirt.
Nice.
The story of the day, which I ceased wearing that at any point whatsoever, and also had the desire to define myself by my obsession with a different country, ended forever and maybe one of the best possible ways for that to go in retrospect. Thank you, random Japanese exchange student teenager who helped a bunch of dumb middle schoolers, like dumb little charter school Japanese class, for laughing very politely before asking why the fuck I was wearing that. Except what she asked was, do I know what that says? Which she then very kindly explained, like, no, it just means that you're, like, so obsessed with something that you don't, like, do anything in your life, which... Now I'm kind of like, well, guilty as charged still, but also... I think it was good for me to get that hit at that age. I will always be a member of the live free, cringe is fake concept, but... Otaku obsession gets really xenophilic and weird really fast, so...
Yeah.
In retrospect, I'm glad. It was very polite, and in my memory, the burst of giggles was so sincere. I can only imagine just the no. What are they selling you here? Who let this baby buy this?
God.
Yeah, exactly. It's always okay to be cringe. Just don't be fetishy to a culture, which people will do. Not to get into that subject, but very funny that the Psychonauts music comes on. Which, to be clear, Psychonauts is not fetishy and weird. It's just one of the few medias that represents my people that isn't like that. D&D book creators, looking at you.
Hooray.
Stop putting fantasy gypsies in your shit, please, God.
Thank you to Puzz, who just went to bed, for this doodle commission of Guillermo in a I'm a luxury if you can afford shirt. Thank you, my dear friend Puzz. I will get you some.
Yeah, making sparkle dogs is always good. Partially because it gets people drawing dogs, and them's tough to draw. Don't get too off topic in chat, though. Or take it to DMs, basically.
Ooh. Let's see.
God. I love the side part that Guillermo has. We've talked about it on... Awesome, thank y'all. We've talked before about the fucking, like, confidence drift with the side part, but it cracked me up when we were watching, the last episode of Season 2, because they have, like, a flashback of where Guillermo's, like, polishing the sword menacingly, and he's back to the center part. It's very funny. It's like one of the last clear looks we get at center part Guillermo, and it's while he's just, like, zoning completely out. I love it.
Yeah, it's very good. It's very, very good. Alright, let's see. What's up next? This is one from Jake, friend of Jake. This is,
Yay!
Please draw Guillermo in this binder. Let me see. Oh, this one! Yes, absolutely. I love that one. It's a very cute binder covered in teeth.
Yes. I am a big fan of Guillermo as non-op trans dude, as I am a non-op trans dude.
Yeah.
Getting op rules, but also it's just nice to think of there being trans characters who are similar, because you know.
He wears this many layers. You're telling me I'm not supposed to read him as trans? Got it. Okay.
God.
Sure.
So many layers and sweaters. Something about the, like, button-up shirt for a job that doesn't technically require one, too. Like, come on. Also, like, okay, the trans metaphor about, like, being a familiar thing, I do think sometimes about the episode with Topher, where Topher's, like, a familiar that Naja and Laszlo have for a bit, who's basically, like, going to trap you in this lift ride with a talk about their startup type dude.
God.
And there's this bit where they're, like, talking about it, and Guillermo's, like, kind of already, like, testily, like, well, you know, you're supposed to be respectful about your masters, like, even if they're not there. And Topher's like, yeah, I don't care about being a vampire. And Guillermo gets so intense in this, like, quiet way.
Oh, God.
He gets so, like, he starts, like, polishing the shoe he's working on super intensely into the camera's like, you don't, he hasn't figured out his way yet, and it's so clearly like, what the fuck are you talking about? Why the fuck are you even here, then? Where I'm like, yeah, sometimes I feel that way when people talk a little bit too much about, like, cis dudes wanting to wear nail polish. Because to be clear, any amount of, like, fucking with, like, patriarchal expectations is good to do, and I support, and I actually think that cis dudes being able to explore their presentation is really cool. And I do sincerely think shit like cis dudes wearing dresses out of choice without it being a dumb joke means a lot to me personally, as, like, seeing gender stuff happen. It's more I actually knew someone who was weird in that specific way of the, like, I don't know.
Oh,
if you hit it,
yeah.
it drives you fucking nuts.
Yeah.
Oh, it's nobody you know, even.
No, but I mean, I've run into the same thing where it's the sense of, like, okay, this isn't, like, you being, like, yay gender, because it's like, oh, and he looks so embarrassed when he's wearing the dress in the art, and...
Yeah, or, like, someone being too, like, I just really like, you know, fucking with my gender presentation. No, I'm a girl, actually, but I'm gonna be super upset about not being able to use whatever name I want to on Google Plus for 2 years of your fucking life. It's specific because this is a specific person.
Huh, okay.
Again, do whatever you want to do. I love seeing people messing with their gender stuff. There is a certain kind of weird cis person who is being weird about it energy. Where it's
Hmm.
like, why are you here then? Weird subject, but yeah, just the way Guillermo reacts to Topher in that is very like, ooh, hoo, 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 hoo. Especially because, like, why the fuck does Topher think Guillermo needs to hear that? Does he think Guillermo is also in on the con? Or is he being like, haha, you sucker, I don't really care about this at all?
Honestly, I feel strongly that Topher's no thoughts head empty. He's just like, yeah, I'll just
Yeah,
tell Guillermo whatever.
yeah, Guillermo's cool, haha, high five. No,
High
high five, come
five.
on.
Harder. I still can't believe that was fucking Sora's voice actor. That's incredible.
Yes! Good for him, honestly. He got to run around with fucking, like, zombie makeup on and shit, which... That episode, by the way, has one of the cuter minor moments of, like, Nandor's fucking fussing. We were
Yes.
talking about this today. Yeah, that was Sora.
That was Sora. That's Haley Joel
Topher.
Osment. Topher is
Yep.
Sora. Topher! That's a quote directly from Kingdom Hearts 3. Thank you for the follow, Chris the Cardboard Box.
Thanks for the follow.
Thank you.
I am lost in the craftsmanship. Which I do imagine Guillermo just like, he sounded weirdly familiar, huh?
Huh.
And Nandor is very cute in that, because there's a point where Topher, who's been turned into a zombie because Naja got conned, is trying to attack Guillermo. And even though Guillermo's a vampire hunter, zombies don't work like vampires. So, like, when he attempts to stake him, it's just a wooden stake sticking out of a dude's, like, chest, suddenly. And none of the other vampires have noticed, like, despite Guillermo trying to tell them directly that he's a zombie. And during the fight, like, Topher starts to shove his head into the pond they have in the yard, and Nandor immediately steps the fuck into frame, picks Topher up, and snaps his neck,
Yep.
and, like, throws him to the side. And from his and he then immediately is like, Guillermo, you shouldn't try to wash your face in the lake. It's unhygienic. Like, which is great because that means he still thought Topher was a human. He liked Topher as a familiar and, like, around the place. And he didn't actually necessarily read out what they were doing as the fight, but because of vampire hearing, he probably heard Guillermo yelling earlier. So, from his perspective, he hears Guillermo yelling, running outside, cessation of Guillermo yelling, walks out, sees that, no hesitation, time to die.
Yep.
That's like Laszlo's and Nadja's familiar, too. That's not his familiar, even. Which, I am now thinking, okay, there's at least one other familiar who bit it this way, right?
Oh, absolutely.
So, I say, Nandor, where did Megan go? Oh, I think she took a fall. She fell off a ladder. Huh. Because it kind of looks like her head got torn off. Huh. Well, you know humans. They're very fragile.
Human ligaments, so fragile.
Nandor becomes judge during execution or when Guillermo's in danger. Exactly!
Cute.
That's the romance!
But I'm a little bit hoping for...
Yeah.
I think it would be cute. I think it would be cute.
That's the thing, is that now we've gotten, like, Guillermo violently saving Nandor from something twice now, which I love. It is great. The turnaround.
Please,
Ooh,
please, please,
oh,
please.
the turnaround.
Oh,
Please,
Guillermo in mortal
please.
danger and Nandor saves him, please.
We would be happy.
Please.
It would make us happy.
It would be so cool and pogged.
The show has already used, like, some pretty high fucking strength, like, turnaround recontextualizations, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when he found out Guillermo killed Carol, Nandor was like, do not tell anyone, they will kill you. Yeah, his reaction in that scene cracks me up, because I think Nandor doesn't give a shit about killing other vampires, and I think this is a known issue he has, because there's, like, I forget which episode, no, it's like it's when the council, the global council, sends them like the message and is like, we are always saying this vampire will not kill other vampires. Nadja goes, yes, we are almost all of us saying it, and looks to Nandor, who goes, I say it. Like, oh, and back in the Baron episode, when y'all were considering killing the Baron, Nandor kind of almost went for it once or twice. Pretty
Yeah.
much.
Yep.
Nandor has done this before, probably. Or at least doesn't give a shit. Which makes a little sense, since all possible details point to how Nandor was turned being actually traumatic and awful for him, so there's that. But also, I think that Nandor probably doesn't... I feel like out of all of the vampires, he's the least capable of thinking of, like, oh, now I'm supposed to have morality? Now? About this? I didn't live that way. Why would I be like that now? Because when he finds out Guillermo killed Carol, the only thing he's, like, upset about is, like, oh, you'll get in trouble. Like, okay, clean it up. And then he teases him about it, which is very cute. Vampire killer.
Slayer.
Which, ooh, the little, like, back off he does when Guillermo accidentally taps the wood against his chest.
Oh my god. Oh.
I'm just saying, it's a big fucking mark me down as scared and horny kind of moment for him.
Yeah.
It reads way less out to me as like, oh, I am now scared and cautious of Guillermo, more like, oh, I am suddenly aware of Guillermo in a way I was not before now. Okay. Which is especially interesting because the show indicates in that same episode that vampires have an instinctual reaction to vampire hunters of some kind. Because Carol, the vampire, is literally like, I can smell it on you, Slayer! I can smell the death on you.
Ugh, so cool.
I just love so much the amount that Guillermo's like, haha, what are you talking about? Stop saying that. Stop saying that.
Stop fucking saying that. Yeah.
It's so good. And even then, he only really kills her because she's trying to kill him. It's... My assumption is, like, I think the older a vampire is, the more their human form kind of starts to wobble a bit. Because we see that with the Sire and with the Baron. And I definitely think you get more keyed into your instincts after that, but also, I do think about some of the ways that all the rest of the vampires reacted after they saw Guillermo kill a bunch of vampires. Like, Nadja and Laszlo are like, we have a rabid bear chained up in our basement. We are going to put it down. Because, yes, I'm very gay, and so that's the way I constantly relate it, is that I think that to a vampire, it's like, oh, there's just a tiger out. Okay, there's just a tiger in our house, I guess. Okay.
Wow, there's just a tiger here. Cool, great. I feel so safe right now. Great.
Which to Nandor, it's like, but he's very friendly.
He's my friend. He licks my face. It's good. He would
I,
never maul
on one
me.
hand, I am aware of the idea that he could just very casually and almost accidentally kill me, but also...
The tiger is out. Yes, exactly.
Yes!
Detective.
Oh my god. Yeah, the show has also repeatedly shown Nosferatu-type vampires, which I don't know if that's part of the aging thing, or if it's just a distinctive vampire subtype, because I do think there's some implication that there's, like, vampire slight subtypes in the show. I wouldn't, like, go around being like, oh, this vampire is clearly this. I mean, this vampire is clearly a Buffy the Vampire Slayer joke, and that one's Wesley Snipes. Which is fun, because that means that Daywalker vampires are on the table. Just saying. But he brushes my hair so gentle and sweetly with his killer hands. Exactly. Which, by the way, Nandor's hair is still done up correctly when Guillermo's in the cage. Nadja might be capable of doing her own hair, or having Laszlo do it for her, maybe.
But
But Nandor's
also,
definitely going down to the cage to get his hair did, and I think maybe also
yes.
so is Nadja.
Yeah, because we see at the end of season 2 when Guillermo leaves, even Nadja's hair is messed up, which means Guillermo is doing fucking Nadja's
Yes!
hair, which is
Which is very
adorable.
cute. Her little, like, horn
Her
hair,
little
like,
bat
kind of
ears, I love
looks.
them. They're so cute.
It's such a good look. Which, I just so love, like, the contrast of, like, there's something really interesting about how, like, when Guillermo comes back from, like, the slaughter of the council, where it's like something is just, he just found out. He's like, okay, it turns out if it's down to the wire, I'll just do this. I
Mm-hmm.
think this is what I do. It just feels like there's no longer any question for him.
Yeah.
He lives here. These are his people. It turns out if they're in danger, he'll kill for them. And it's very telling to me that he starts that fight, like, kind of freaked out, and just gets smoother and smoother, and then in there's no fucking hesitation when he's going through the wellness center. I'll say that for fucking sure.
I thought it was very cute that as he goes through the fight, once he starts getting kind of like, as he gets better at it, the camera
Mhm.
cuts right when Nandor gives him the first order of "Get him!" And then
God,
it's
you're
like, that's
right!
when he starts looking like really confident about it. I'm like,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, when, like, Nander yells out a warning and suddenly he snaps into it that much harder.
Yes. And yes, Jake, you can put this on your fridge. That would be a big honor to me.
Absolutely.
My folks don't even
And,
have
like,
my art on the fridge.
I have a couple of my show posters pinned up in the kitchen.
What?
It's fair.
Oh, that's
My
cute!
parent put them up. It's the Bug Snacks one with all the skulls, the first one for RE8, and then the
Oh,
Sanrio RE8 one, which is very funny to see all the time.
that's so cool.
I'm still kind of proud of Pom Pom Purr and Duke, I can't lie.
You should be. I was looking at that poster the other day.
It's cute.
It is cute. You did great on that. You make great
I
work.
that yeah.
You do.
Which, by the way, I can't lie, I do keep thinking of
Thank you,
RE8,
Cos.
just like, uh, you could
Mm-hmm.
kind of fit the RE8 characters into this setting, but it would be
Oh,
very
absolutely.
funny.
Nadja and Lady Dimitrescu fucking dated. I know it. I know it. I
They're
know
on
it.
again. They're on again, off again, but it's not like because they have a problem with each other, it's just scheduling.
It's
And like,
scheduling. It's coming out to the
and
cult
she's really into her
village.
kids, and not just
Yeah.
not really like, she's not a kids kind of person, but not in
Yeah.
like a bad way, just in like a, it's never going to be that serious between them. And
Mm-hmm.
uh
Mm-hmm.
Laszlo's been trying to get with the Duke unsuccessfully for like 50 fucking years, and he's so this albino twink with a baby shows up, and oh, suddenly he's ready to settle down.
God. God.
Meanwhile, Guillermo would kind of think Heisenberg was hot, but kind of hate himself for it.
Yes, agree. Mia's two
It's one of
deranged
those like,
vampire GFs. Yes, you're so right. Nadja would
God,
fucking love Mia.
God, yeah, 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 yeah. You're right, you're right. Guillermo just like, this dude looks like he like is coated in machine oil, and yet,
And yet,
and
he
yet.
looks like he hasn't showered in months. And yet,
It's the egotism.
God, I don't know. He's just kind of confident. It's cute. He is
Guillermo does
actively
have a
turning
thing,
people in the town into machinery. Yeah, but let's.
but he's recycling corpses. That's innovation. That's
Mm-hmm.
smart. It's recycling. He's made his own economy, and just listen.
Listen.
We did, of course, because we have brain rot to this degree, joke once about, like, Guillermo playing video games for the vampires to watch, and the fucking riot that would happen after they're like, what the fuck do you mean he stole our baby?
God.
Nando just, we must kill him. We will rip out Chris's heart and eat it. Which, to be fair, is kind of where I landed. Chris Redfield, Jesus. Guillermo Goth 2000 moments, yeah.
Yeah, you're right, you're right, you're right.
I can't believe we canonically know his Fortnite handle.
I think it's important. I think we should know that about all characters in TV and cinema from now on. Actually.
Yeah. Which also makes sense, though, because it's a game you can play with, like, a laptop or a phone pretty easily. It doesn't really have a desktop situation. Oh god, yeah, probably, Jake.
Oh, you like the shadows? Thank you.
Yeah.
I love
I
this
like the
brush.
strong
It's so
arm
versatile.
going on here.
Well, thank you. That's very sweet of you.
We were talking, looking at one of Harvey Guillian's, like, fucking photo shoots of, like, the charm of a fat arm
Oh, man.
is wildly underappreciated. Like, it's one of those things people really chicken out on, drawing fat characters sometime, and like, no, listen, no, listen. It's good. Embrace it. Don't overthink it and start going like, but I have to calculate the mass. No, you don't. You know you don't have to. You actually know you don't.
The way it hangs off the cheekbone. Fucking guy.
Just draw a soft cheek.
Thanks.
It's like people saying that, like, if you draw hair in a simplified curve, you can just draw fat people. I promise.
Smiley face.
People, like, give themselves the yips about it, going like, but I gotta get it all perfectly rendered. No, you don't. You don't draw skinny people that way. Are you only drawing skinny people that way because you think skinny people don't got gravity? Because, let me tell you. God, this is a good look.
Thank you so much, Jake. This was very fun.
Yeah.
Tichitimia, thank you for the follow.
Thank you for the follow.
Let's see.
God. Summertime's looks for Guillermo. We were joking about, like, if he ever actually does get together properly with Nandor, like, the sudden influx of some form of confidence is gonna make him lethal. Lethal, like, confident Guillermo in any way already got a side part Guillermo, and those hunter looks where he's got, like, the sleeves rolled up, and he's got the bandolier. The bandolier, that one shot of him in, like, the hardware store, with the bandolier of steaks at the small of his back.
Oh my god. Listen.
Jesus Christ.
Listen. Hey.
Hi. Nandor is already getting some fucking wires crossed about, like, death and protection, and this is not helping.
Hey. Hi there. Hi, what's up?
Sir.
What's up?
Sir.
Hi. 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 Hello.
Hello, sir. We do appreciate it. Ugh. I want to see the looks. Yeah, him squaring up to fucking fight the sire. Jesus.
Oh my god, I know.
Which, Nandor this season really bringing the, like, okay, so you do in fact care about... You do care about Guillermo to a degree of, like, you do not want him to die. And when you were hyper-depressed, you didn't want to turn him either, which makes a lot of sense in the circumstances. But, like...
Jake, I'm gonna say one thing. Me and Frankie have been talking about hickeys and vampires and Guillermo. Guillermo can bite back too, you know, in a way of his own.
It's true.
You know.
Also, Nandor usually has his neck covered up, which I have my own personal theories about also, but listen.
Who's to say what could happen there? Who's to say?
Just saying.
Anyway, you were saying, Frankie?
Oh, I forget what I was saying before that, but now I'm just thinking about, I think that Nandor's bite mark is at the hollow of his neck. Like, this, Bugs first saw this idea in a fanfic, but since then I've been thinking a lot about how his ghost is dressed, because we know that ghosts are functionally screenshot at the moment you get turned, which regrettably I can confirm has to be the case because of Laszlo's ghost.
Oh,
So even though
yeah.
we do see from Jenna that the process of turning all the way into a vampire takes an unspecified amount of time, like a couple of days, possibly a couple of weeks, is kind of the time frame I got the idea of, from like got bit to temporarily dying a moment, which seems to be like the full flip over into vampire. But Laszlo's ghost specifies that he died in the middle of being banged by nausea like a screen door in a hurricane.
Hooray.
So, unfortunately, that means, that we. That is not unfortunately that it means. Unfortunately, that is why we know that it's not like, well, is your ghost from when you died all the way. It's from when your ghost, from like when you get bit. Like Jenna's ghost would be from when she got bit, if she somehow has a ghost still. Oh goddamn! Is he flipping someone off while hugging Nando? That's very
No, but he will be now.
God bless. Jenna and Gale have such different time frames for turning into vampires. Yeah, Nandor might be a weird case. I do also think that it might just depend on, like, what the plot needs, basically. But I enjoy possibly taking a while sometimes. I enjoy that personally.
Yes.
So, the point of all this is that Nandor had to have died in the clothing he wears as a ghost, which is full fucking armor! Which includes a helmet that covers the sides of his necks, like, super intently strong armor on his shoulders. Like, he's got chainmail and leather on at the same time. He's completely covered up. The only place on his body that was actually exposed is the front of his neck. And our man wears a beard that goes down the hollow of his neck a bit.
So, where
So
do you
we
think
can
he got
assume-
bit?
So we can also assume that Nandor got bit during the middle of battle, or battle-like conditions, because you don't just really wear your armor, like, while you're out riding horses with the boys. And you definitely don't wear armor of that caliber when you're at his court, which we can actually see in a couple of his paintings, which do in fact indicate that he had a somewhat more casual form of dress when he was actually back home, like, taking care of governmental shit. So, whatever happened to turn Nandor might have happened during a battle, and sounds kinda fucking violent, if you ask me. I have a personal theory that it's possible he wasn't even turned on purpose, because he's like a berserker warlord dude, and I like the idea of his throat got torn out and then he bit his assailant. But it could also be that he got killed, and then the vampire who killed him was like, haha, you're fucked up. I'm gonna turn you because it's fun. That could also happen, we don't really know. But either way, it's nothing good, and I just think about that a normal amount right now. Especially with the way he acts about it with Guillermo when he's leaving to go to the wellness center.
Oh my god, I know. Vampirism is a curse and everything.
And I cannot have it weigh on my conscience to do that.
Yeah, I cannot burden you with this.
I also think especially, because also in the context, he's responding very specifically to just turn me and then leave. I suspect that even if he's not depressed, in most circumstances, with Guillermo specifically, he would not like the idea of turning him and then vanishing from his life.
Yeah. Because it sounds like from how he talks about, like, his 37 wives leaving him because of the changes he was going through with regard to vampirism, it sounds like he had to do it solo.
Oh, he did it big time solo, which, curiously enough, Nadja also specifies that when she went through her transformation, nobody was around to tell her what was going on, which is interesting, because we know that her fucking actual specific sire is the Baron. What the fuck, dude?
Come on,
Which
bro.
is interesting, because everything suggests that she didn't do that with Laszlo, and she does, like, specifically go back to help Jenna. So, like, for a vampire, Nadja's actually pretty caring about the process.
Yeah, for real.
And Nandor, on the other hand, it sounds like didn't know what was going on at all. And, so the timeline for him is sent to warrior camp as a kid, unspecified what age, but since he ascended the throne at 16, it has to be at, like, I'm gonna say 13 or under, maybe, at the oldest. Probably under, maybe. Took the throne at 16, which I have my own embroidered concepts of what happened that made that happen. They are fully made up, though. They're not from the show, and there's not actually much evidence. It's just me working off of concepts. Then, indeterminate amount of time later, he gets turned during combat. His actor is 41 or 42, but we've kind of feel like Nandor himself was probably like a hard-lived 35 when he died. So that's fun. Most of his life, if not more than half of his life, spent as a warlord. Normal. Then the succession goes, his wife's all left him after the turn started. It sounded like rolled over pretty hard. He tried to see his children by looking in the window, frightened them, never saw them again, and then got chased out of the country by peasants, hyper-specifically. Which is interesting, because he probably could have just killed them, right? But those are his people. I think maybe he left his country because he didn't want to hurt people. These were the people he was protecting. Like, if you go out riding as a warlord, it's, again, like I said earlier, probably to bring back resources for your country. And he'd been leader since he was 16. Like, I'm not gonna say I think he was a great leader. It sounds like it was kind of a time. But given how dire shit can be and the facts kind of lined up, and the fact that it sounds like he never went back, because he never found out that his country stopped existing. So he left pretty much for good. And I'm just saying, I think Nandor has a few wires crossed in terms of like, oh, okay, you need something to be home. And the only times he really refers to something as being home is talking to Guillermo. He says, what do I need to do to get you to come back home with me?
So, in citizenship, he's coming out of the office, and he's all moping, nowhere is my home. And then literally, like, 2 or 3 episodes later, Guillermo, what do I need to do to have you come home? This was, like, a parallel someone pointed out on Twitter with 2 caps, and it fucking devastated me, and I showed Frankie.
It's so good.
It is,
I just have a lot of thoughts, especially since, like, vampires explicitly have, like, magic, for want of a better word, associated with the concept of home and having a home and being home, you know? You can't enter a home without permission. Episode 8 goes for our throats, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, it was interesting watching the other Nandor shippers, Nandor and Guillermo, talking about like it's always episode 8, what's gonna happen, and then the aerobics episode came out, and they're like, God damn it!
Jesus, yeah.
Yeah.
Coming to fucking kill us.
Episode 8 of season 1 was the one with Celeste. Episode 8 of season 2 was. Let me. Actually, no, was that Celeste? Let me check on Hulu real quick. You know where I'm looking for. Yeah, there it is. TV shows What We Do in the Shadows. So we got the wellness. Whoa! Oh god, the thumbnail for episode 9 just went up.
Show me. Send Frankie. Send.
Oh no,
Send to Frankie.
it's nothing. It's literally just like a new character. Sorry, but I saw it and I was like, no, it's up. Yeah. So season
It's not
2.
up.
Of that
It's not
is
up.
the one where Guillermo's right, and then it's citizenship in season 1 is episode 8.
That's cute. That's good. That's good.
It goes
That's
up at
good.
midnight on the 22nd. We are like
Not yet.
9 minutes
Not yet.
T minus 24 hours until.
Soon.
Ah!
Soon.
Ah!
Soon.
I'm so good. I'm
My-
normal. I'm
My
normal,
way of
I'm
handling
normal,
this
I'm
show is
normal.
I just have no expectations about what's going to happen, because the one thing I've learned is that the worst thing you can do for an ongoing serial is to decide for yourself what's going to happen and
for
then
sure.
get mad when that's not what happens. I'm not saying this to you, I'm just saying this out loud to myself.
I see. In this episode, I am willing it into the universe. Nandor will turn Guillermo by kissing him on the lips after Guillermo almost dies in a fight, and he'll be like, Guillermo, you are my brave man, and I love you so much, and Guillermo will be like, I know.
I was just saying tonight, we both survived Homestuck and Steven Universe. It's not a subtweet.
I'm willing
I
this into being.
Yeah. I just say things. They're not always at you.
I'm speaking into the showrunners' minds. This will happen. This will happen. This will happen.
I don't think that's gonna do anything. The episode already got filmed.
This will happen.
But yeah, I didn't mean to throw shade on anyone who does like have hopes. I'm just always like hand shy of like, and in the next episode, Pearl and Rose will be shown kissing, or else I'm throwing the show into the sun. Like,
Oh,
okay,
for sure,
okay,
for
okay,
sure.
okay. God, I am kind of excited because I feel like this is the first time like since honestly like the finale to the episode 1 switchovers and like the stuff with like Baron dying feels like the last time we had like a 2-episode like continuation happen. Hey, good night, Skull Elephant.
Good night, Skill Elephant.
Could just the direct like snap from like, oh, we're ending the episode with him still in the cage, huh?
Yes.
All right.
Oh my god. Like, okay, sure. We're ending right here with Nandor in the dark, huh? Okay, cool.
Which, like, then, like, I heard people saying, like, oh yeah, he's, like, gonna be back to normal next episode, without realizing what they meant was his hair growing back. Like, because then you see the promo and there's a shot of him in the cage with his hair back to normal. Like, oh! Okay.
So he's not back to normal. Got it.
Define back to normal as his hair's back, please. Thank you for the follow, Magpies. I just think a lot too about how much like Nandor's like he focuses so much on like having a family. Like he wanted to have kids.
Yeah.
Listen. I said much early on this show, I have a fondness for fictional characters having kids. There's been thoughts, okay? Good night, Bluey UB03.
Good night. Thanks for hanging out.
I'm glad we got into this show. This rules.
Mm-hmm.
Which, it's just very funny, because, like, the first 6, like, maybe 3 or 4 episodes I watched forever ago, and they just didn't really grab me, but turned out watching from there and starting the, like, Guillermo the Slayer arc really fucking hit it.
Yeah, I think we went from, like, maybe we'll watch, like, 1 or 2 episodes to, like, devouring them all in, like, 2 fucking days,
To, like,
I think.
we gotta... we had at least 1 or 2 moments of, like, we have to stop or else we're just gonna have, like, we're gonna just keep watching. We have to stop. We have to stop. Just ooh, 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 ooh. Yeah, Jake points out he went into a church for his descendant's funeral. Yeah, I think about that a lot too, because like the amount of which he was like, well, they can go into the church, why can't we? And like sitting there actively like on fire in visible pain, like oh. Well, he not only he didn't leave when he caught on fire. He left after he caught on fire, and Guillermo accidentally dumped holy water on him. Which, interestingly enough, he got hit with a lot of holy water and walked it off, huh?
Sure did.
I've been talking to Bugs, so the last time I got this invested in the minutia of how a character's abilities work is I said Zenigata. I think I forgot about the Barney Calhoun deep dive of like,
yeah.
Jesus Christ, what the fuck is this guy up to? Nandor is weirdly strong for a vampire, and he has a distinct visual that no other vampire shares. He flashes gold eyes instead of red eyes.
It's very
and it's a
handsome and
reoccurring
cool.
thing. He does it when he's doing the most vampire behavior, like true vampire moments of emotion or rage. And it's not just rage either, because when he turns Gale, his shitty on-again, off-again girlfriend, his eyes are gold as soon as he makes the decision to do it, and throughout the entirety of him turning her.
Yep.
Like,
Up
it's
until
very
he's
tricky
like,
to...
she's back, she's alive.
Yep, it's up until then. Also, non-binary Vegeta says, what I like about it too is that Nandor going through this crisis isn't necessarily right, or doing it in a way that's actually addressing the problem, because he's talking about being alone and no one cares about him while everyone in the house is trying to cheer him up. Yeah, I appreciate that, because that's how, like, depression works, IMO, more often. Like, obviously, sometimes depression can be caused by, or worsened by, hugely, like, real-life problems that you might not be able to fix. Like, one of the things that helps depression a lot is being in a stable situation. Like, it sucks, because that's not something that's easy to address, but it's very true. But, also, I feel like for the longest time in fiction, whenever, like, depression was shown, everyone had, like, an X-Men origin story about their depression. Like, I got depressed because of this trauma and emotional problem I have. And as soon as that's addressed, they get better. And I hate that shit. I really hate that shit.
Yeah, I feel it.
It's, like, I do think there's something to be said for stories where people talk about, like, well, this specific event weighed on me and made my problems of this much worse. I think there's tons of room for stuff where, like, people's problems get better over time, but I kind of like that Nandor's depression makes him shitty.
Yeah, I do
Like,
too.
It's a weird way to put that, but I kind of like that he's cranky and bitchy and difficult to talk to. Like, I think that's a very real feeling you can get with depression, and, like, I am kind of an inherent of, like, mental health is never your mental health is never your fault, but it is your responsibility, and you do kind of, part of learning how to manage your mental health is how to, like, still try to be cool and kind to people the best you can, and that's the hardest thing in the world to do when you're suffering yourself. But I like seeing that it's not easy and you can just be shitty sometimes. Sometimes you just feel shitty. And then you get, Guillermo, I'm going to put all of my emotions right here. Then one day I'll die and turn into a vampire. So, you know.
He's fine. He's good. He's good. He's fine.
We have a bit of a contrast going here.
Yes,
I like the way that
Vegeta!
Kavian put it, and that everything he's doing is hurting Guillermo, and he doesn't want to hear from Guillermo that it's hurting him. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, which, that was a great interview, because it's the same one where he talks about, Nandor's actor talks about, like, yeah, he wants to run out and date a woman, and then that's gonna fix all of his problems, and it's unrealistic, but it's something that people do very often, and he doesn't want to, like, face up to hurting Guillermo. And what I read between the lines of that is like, yeah, and accepting Guillermo's support kind of means accepting that you care that you hurt Guillermo. And I think a lot, too, about, like, well, up until now, like, you were who was gonna decide if Guillermo would get turned or not, and turning Guillermo would turn him into, like, an equal, but now that's kind of happened without you. And the only thing keeping him not an equal is more or less him agreeing to it. Even to a deeper level than Nandor is aware of, because he doesn't know that Guillermo could get out of the cage, and he doesn't know that Guillermo can't be hypnotized. Which... it's very good because it's a good combo of, like, neither of them have quite taken the last extra step of saying the quiet part out loud. And they both kind of are relying on this understood concept of what their relationship can be, which makes sense because it's the same framework they've been using for 10 fucking years. And I was talking to Bugs, I think we were talking about it yesterday. We were trying to pinpoint when we think they fell in love with each other, and I actually firmly think it happened within the course of the show after knowing each other for 10 years. I love when Guillermo has powers, it's good for him. I do agree with that, actually.
Hi, Lily.
Hi, Lily.
Do you have something you want to tell me? What is it? What's up? What?
Some people act like Guillermo knows he's in love, but he's still in denial about it. I think a
it?
part of Guillermo knows.
Do you have something you want to
But
tell me?
I think Guillermo has cushioned the part of him that knows with so many, like,
Puppy.
caveats and ignoring it, and
Hi,
no, I don't, because that would ruin everything, kind of. Ugh.
Did you guys hear Lily that time?
I might have heard a little bit. I don't know if chat did.
She went whoa. Which means after this doodle I will have to take her OUT. I'm saying that because Sophie is at my feet, and if I say it out loud, she will be a little too excited. Lily's a good girl. You hear her shake? Oh, I'm so glad.
I did hear her little shake. Yeah, sometimes dogs learn how to spell, and then we're all in trouble.
Yep, it's true. It's true. Hello.
I think honestly, part of what.
What are you doing?
Insistent.
Hi again, Lily. Hi. Do you have something you want to say?
Maybe. It's nice to see a silly, complicated homoerotic relationship. Yeah! Like, I was talking with Bugs, like, I think we're at a tricky point,
Okay.
baby. Okay. Maybe we take our BRB right now.
Yeah, sorry.
It's around
I'll
when
be
we
right
normally
back.
take... No, the dogs dictate it. We're gonna take our 10-minute BRB. Like usual, this is a good time to stretch, take a dog outside, pet a cat, get a drink, do a little wiggle. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. Puppy go grr. It's true.
Okay, let's go. Let's go out.
BRB, y'all.
Okay, let's go. That was so cute, Lily. Oh, did I leave the mic on this whole time? Oh no. Hi. Oops. Oh no, I'm sorry. Hi. Hi, hello. You heard me go, oh boy, let's go potty! Oh boy! So that's gotta be fun. Doggy ASMR, that's true. Both of them just came in because I gave them chicken jerky treats for being very good while they were outside. And after they have a treat, they both like to run over to me like, look, I ate it, I finished it, I ate it, I'm so good. I'm like, yes, you did so good. And they both run off again. Dogs are interesting. Let's see, vampire type in the poll. Oh, Beast? Theater nerd, glam, Dracula. I want to be a Dracula. Because in the first Dracula movie, they have this whole sequence where it's supposed to be him being very scary by having like this menagerie, but he has like armadillos roaming around his house and like mole crickets and little mole cricket coffins, and it's the most adorable thing in the world. It's very good. I would like a pet armadillo. In a universe where it would be morally okay to have them as pets, you know? Also, I'm drinking LaCroix for like the first time because my aunt has a lot of key lime flavor. It's pretty okay. Sophie? Is it Sophie? Did you have a good treat? Yeah. Do you want a pet on the head? Yeah. You gonna lay down? Yeah. Yeah, you sleepy time puppy. Yeah, I know. Sophie is a senior dog, so she sleeps about 20 hours a day. Usually right next to me. She will lay on me while I sleep. She will sleep on my legs while I'm working on the couch. She sleeps by my feet while I'm working at the desk. She's a good dog. A little bit of a bed hog. Huh. You take up like 75% of the bed and you are the size of a footstool. How do you do it? How do you do it? How do you do it? You saw armadillos while you were living in Florida? Yeah, and they got the fucking, what is it? They got the make your body parts fall off disease on them. The gangrene? No, the other one. Syphilis? No. Every dog has the legal right to take as much space as they want. So true. Leprosy? Maybe. I think Nandor, Nadja, Laszlo, Colin, and Guillermo should dig through the ditches and burn through the witches and slam on the back of my Dragula. I think you're so right, Vegeta. I think you're so right. They have some kind of disease on them. Hang on. Hi, Frankie. I left my mic on the whole time.
I'm semi-back. Is this why everyone's talking about being in the dog pit?
Yes. I was going, oh boy, we get to go outside and go potty! No, Sophie. Just kidding. Just kidding, Sophie. Haha, funny prank. What?
I assume people are talking about
Disease.
Laszlo's leprosy. It is identified that he has a small patch of leprosy on him somewhere below the waistline.
Hansen's disease. No. Leprosy! Yeah, armadillos have leprosy.
Yeah. Which is funny because armadillos were associated with Dracula in some of the first vampire movies.
Yeah, that's how we got talking about it, actually. I was talking about Dracula's little...
Which I just kind of love because they're just included because most people hadn't seen an armadillo before, so they're just freaky little animals. Yeah, I mean, well, think about it. In the days before, like, common internet and, like, even a lot of, like, television coverage, when would you see an animal that doesn't live in your area? Like, you'd see it, like, in a book, maybe. Did you mute yourself?
I muted myself on the drawing side when I went for the break and then immediately clicked over to setup where I wasn't muted. Very cool of me.
I see.
Extremely cool setup I have. Very good. Ah, cool. Cool. Big brain strats here at twitch.tv.
Sound is the devil. I might be quoting Mirror Taku. when I say that.
Taimu.
Mira Kurutaimu. I'm sorry, I'm bad at the name. I just think Mira. I just think Mimi.
Yeah, I know.
Sound is devils. This is
Yeah.
commonly accepted.
Sound is devils.
We have to pour all of our words into a funny box that randomizes what it thinks about it. And sometimes it thinks bad.
The Guillermo plush is one of the scariest goddamn things I've ever seen in my life also. Big ups to Guillermo for making that.
It does have that other mother button eyes kind of thing going for it, unfortunately. Also, I'm getting up a second, but I still have the mic and headphones on, so...
Ooh.
No parties in chat, okay? I'm gonna be sitting back down in like 3 minutes. Maximum. Probably get there in 20 seconds.
I think the Guillermo plush would look great if it was vacuum sealed. Okay, hang on.
No! Why are you all doing this? Who said that? Is it Adrian?
Oh good, protest wasps. You can't stop me.
Now it'll be off screen by the time I sit down. I'll never know. Which, I mean, we can't really protest anti-snitch.
This is like the end of the SpongeBob movie when they're both dying on the drying rack together.
I've never actually seen the SpongeBob movie. Like,
It's good. It's good. You'd like it. You'd like it. Yeah.
Are crimes happening over there?
No.
I'm about to sit down.
No, you're not.
Crimes when I sit down?
No.
Adjust my sock real quick, actually. Ugh, ugh. Okay, I did not fall over.
They made it to Shell City, everyone.
Uh-huh. I'm sitting down now.
Oh, cool. Right on.
Well, everything looks pretty normal.
Cool.
Oh, Cause is loudly taking credit in chat immediately. That makes more sense. That makes more sense. That makes sense. Chaos. Chaos reigns. Chaos. Chaos. Nandor is a goofy goober, though.
True.
Guillermo trying to get into the fucking vampire club like, Weenie Hut Jr.! That's the familiar closet.
God.
Guillermo 3rd season could get into the Salty Splatoon. Guillermo 1st season should be able to get into the Salty Splatoon, but wouldn't. I know they went to a casino, but I want to see them in a Chuck E. Cheese as well. I think that if Nandor ever asked to go back to a casino because he wants to play the Big Bang Theory again, Guillermo would just take them to a Chuck E. Cheese, but like
This is
somehow rent it out for the night.
This is a very famous human casino owned by a powerful rat creature.
God.
A powerful rat
They
demon.
He takes to the stage to sing his perverted songs. No, Laszlo, there will not be tit or dick.
God.
I feel like Laszlo's the kind of bi character who's... I don't know how to put it.
Mm-hmm.
He should fall into, oh, it's like a shitty, slutty bi character joke, but I'm like, I think he just talks like real bi people talk
Yes.
sometimes.
Yeah.
He's perpetually a bi dude, like even not even like dude, because I don't want to be like, oh, cis dude behavior. He's a bi person actively going to burlesque and thinking about starting at levels of horny at all times.
God.
And I kind of respect it.
I mean, listen. He's horny
Non-binary
without
Vegeta
being...
says...
Oh.
Go ahead.
Craft Gremlin says he's horny without being creepy, and I love him for it. Exactly.
Yes! Like, you know what I noticed that's, like, part of why he never comes off creepy. Nobody in this show hits on underage people, or like even makes a teenagers, because there's that whole episode where Laszlo runs away and starts like a new life as a bartender in a small town, where he's like, I just love supporting the local volleyball team. And in retrospect, I think I spent a lot of that episode like cringing, waiting for like the teen legs kind of creepy shit to start, but it never does. He just sincerely supports this local volleyball team, and he has kind of flirtatious thing with like the waitress who's of age, but even then he's like, it's never would have worked. I'm married and also a fucking vampire. Like, yeah, I'll allow that actually. Yeah. I do love that Nandor being into MILFs is like, oh, I see. You definitely couldn't have turned... Guillermo was never getting turned at, like, 19, huh? Good. Good night, Detective Defective. He's waiting for some fucking gray streaks to come in at the temples.
Okay,
He's that guy who likes... He likes a ripe banana, you know?
Okay, spoilers for the next episode, What We Do in the Shadows, basically only the promo that came out. I saw the meanest fucking theory on Reddit that I showed Frankie, and it was so fucking funny, that they're going to let Nandor quote-unquote super sleep for 5 days and wake him up while Guillermo's out for an errand and be like, well, we thought we should wake you up for Guillermo's funeral. You know, he waited for 50 years for you.
God, yeah. It's definitely not what's happening, but it's a funny idea.
Yeah.
It's a funny idea. It's a theory that someone joked about.
Oh, I love it. It's so mean.
It would be so mean, but also, fuck you. Get your depressed ass back here. This is just the vampire version of retreating to your room with like a big thing of Gatorade and like chips and a hoodie, which, yeah, sometimes is kind of what happens. But also, come on. Which, okay, my actual theory, based on nothing more than like one detail in the title episode, is it's called The Farewell, but I think that The Farewell is a feint of a name. Because this is also happening during Colin Robinson's birthday.
Yep.
And we have had a continuing, like, this is probably the part of the night where I ramble about Colin Robinson for like 15 straight minutes. We've had a continuing through line of Colin Robinson trying to figure out where energy vampires come from, where he comes from, why he's like this. And energy vampires are fascinating. Because they feel like a class of predator up from regular vampires. Like, vampires have hobbies and relationships, and like they're very clearly used to be human, but got turned and are now affected by that. But they're still, honestly, all evidence points to the idea that you kind of wind up being about the same person that you were, just you're around forever now, and your morality is probably going to get worn clean off eventually. Through necessity, pretty much. But energy vampires... Colin Robinson's the only energy vampire on the show who's ever talked about anything besides feeding or things related to feeding and hunting. I feel like Colin's, like, much closer to a very alien predator form of thought, or energy vampires are in general. Because even when he talked to that one, like, young energy vampire, that energy vampire got confused by him talking about, like, trying to find out where he comes from, and is like, oh, are you trying to feed off me, huh? I get it. Like, oh, energy vampires only feed. Seems like the only thing they do. And Colin does other stuff. He even does stuff that serves no real benefit for himself. Like, he hangs out with Laszlo, and Laszlo's increasingly immune to being, like, affected by him. Like, Laszlo has learned how to, like, kind of just let stuff roll off him so that he doesn't get any juice. But we also know that if Colin wanted to, he could do worse than what he's been doing.
Yep.
Like, he still feeds off of humans constantly, but I feel like what it winds up at is that Colin is very fascinating because, like, it
What's going on with
feels
this
very
face?
much like, just like everyone else in the household, he is a type of monster who all the same kind of craves companionship, even if it's from the type of people he's supposed to be feeding from.
Mm-hmm.
Which, technically at this point, also includes Guillermo. Also the inspector, the hamster, is out on his rounds, he is
What?
checking, he is foraging.
What? What?
He is going about, he is checking his little buildings.
Unbelievable. How is he? How is that little man? I love him.
Energetic. He doesn't seem bothered by the cold right now.
What? What? Unbelievable. I'm having the darndest time with Nandor's head today. I have to look at some reference real
It's
quick.
a tough profile. This man's out here looking like a fucking Naoki Urasawa ass
He has
facial
angles.
profile.
He has angles. It's rough.
He has angles, and it's a tricky angle because Okay. I'm convinced the actor's nose may have been broken, but then set at some point. Because
Yeah.
it's got, like, the
It's a little
slightest
crooked.
bit of a curve.
Mm-hmm. It's hard for me to translate curves. I really have to hit the bricks with noses.
It's tricky. It reminds me a lot of Stephen Fry has very much a similar look to me, where if you see it from the side, you don't really notice that his nose is broken, but then if you look at it like dead on, you're like, oh shit, okay, yeah, this is a curve.
Oh,
And I do actually hope that Colin and the siren,
yes,
I
they were
think
so
he really did feel
cute.
something there.
I think so too.
And I feel like for him, being with someone that he can't really feed... Well, okay, this is gonna sound a little bit what it is, but I'm just saying the parallel of Colin kind of liking someone who's actually, like, perfectly capable of killing him and isn't particularly affected by his powers, but is also kind of a lonely monster just like he is. Just saying. Just saying.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Him and Nandor are going through it. Yeah, that's the thing. Nandor's face profile is fucking gorgeous. Ugh.
I know.
Can't believe that man has an actual jaw under there. That's fucking upsetting.
Ugh, rude to me. Rude to me.
But there's pictures of him like when he's been shaved. He's got a chin. My
Ooh,
god.
my God.
He's got a fucking Disney Parks actor for Gaston jawline.
God.
That is something that human Nandor might have done for a summer or two. I'm just gonna say it.
Okay, I was scribbling Vampire Guillermo when we started the stream, and like,
Yeah.
don't tempt me. Don't tempt me. I swear to God.
Listen. Have I told the people about the fucking embroidery work I've done on the Panera Swap universe? I think I threatened to talk about it on Twitter once, and I talked about it a little bit last time.
I think you should talk about it. I think you should talk about it. I think you
Okay,
should talk
so-
about it.
Panera Swap is my dreadful nickname I came up for an AU where the only thing different, this is what's important to me, is that Nandor and Guillermo have switched places and ages for vampire versus human. Naja and Laszlo are the same. Colin is the same. I did think a little bit if it would be cute or interesting to swap Naja and Laszlo's place and like who sired who, but I feel like that kind of just turns them back into like a generic vampire and lady love kind of
Mhm.
story.
Mm-hmm.
And Laszlo being a giant fucking male wife is important to me on some
Agree.
level, and I think it's funnier if they're just normal. They're just totally normal. In the fucking universe crossover episode, they're just gonna have a foursome somewhere. They're out of the picture. We know this to be true. Colin Robinson versus Colin Robinson could end with one dead. Let's not worry about that too much.
Whoever wins, we lose.
It's true. It's not good. It's
And whoever loses, we win. Smile.
It's true. Yeah, except for then which universe has to deal with him still being around.
Adrian wins. That's true. Adrian wins.
That's true. Adrian wins. Adrian stays winning. Yeah, so in the Panera Swap universe, Guillermo becomes the 700-year plus vampire. And what I decided is fun is that nothing in terms of their roles switches over very much, which means Guillermo was still a vampire hunter when he was a human. And Nandor's fucking scary talent isn't for vampire slaying specifically, it's for slaughtering. It's for warlord style clear room type shit. It is beheading a motherfucker. And I'm very fond of this concept because ex-vampire hunter Guillermo, who is now an ancient and powerful and terrible vampire, who I think would still adore being a vampire. Like, even if his, like, trip to it was kind of different from his backstory. I just like the idea best of Guillermo as this very confident, very firm vampire. And here's the trick about this swap. Nandor is still what's stopping the turning event from happening. Nandor, the human, is still scared of this transitional point in their relationship. And he is the one who is quietly and consistently turning down or sidestepping Guillermo feverishly wanting to turn him. Like, full swap. Like, episode 1, Nandor, it's a special anniversary today. You must be expecting a very special present from me. Oh no, I'm pretty happy. A new pillow would be nice, like full on, I think that is the funniest way to run this swap. I think it is because when I first was thinking about it, I was like, well, okay, so, like, you could come up with reasons for why, like, a vampire Guillermo wouldn't want to, and then I'm like, no, it's much funnier this way. Nandor still makes him the glitter portrait. God, yeah, you're right, you're extremely right. I also decided that a human Nandor should be a big jock, and he's still from a kind of rich family. I'm going to say that he probably just got sent to, like, very strict schooling, because I think that's the most appropriate way to swap that around, if it makes sense. But I also think that he is disconnected from his family for mumble reasons. Don't worry about it. Or is connected, but physically distant, literally, because he's pursuing being a familiar. Don't worry about it, it's fine. He's definitely not quietly paying the rent at the house with trust fund checks. His parents just, they're nice, they call sometimes, but, you know, it's tough. And I decided that his, like, sports should be, obviously he still loves horses, but also I think it should be either rugby or wrestling, and I think rugby is very funny, and fencing.
Ooh, yes.
Like, if he had a fencing scholarship in, like, college or something ridiculous. Because I really love the idea of his dumb rising instinct being like, okay, so the red mist came down, and I appear to have beheaded the Baron because he was threatening my master.
Oopsie,
And
nobody's nerfed.
And then the head kind of wound up outside.
Thank you, Mintaka Blue, who asked for this drawing, by the way.
We do love to see it. The little dolls. Ordered to stand guard the entire time.
That's right, that's right.
God.
Just double checking.
I
here,
also
that
just
wasn't
like the idea
possible.
of like, oh, Nandor has a fencing scholarship, and all the vampires like kind of picturing like, oh, the polite little tappy sword play, and then one time they see him going, it's like, oh, you're gonna break someone's arm. Is that really how you're supposed to do this? He just likes swords. He just likes them. He doesn't mean to, but he's very strong, so... Side note, all of which does lead into I've been having a very indulgent concept about Guillermo's eventual turning, and how the show outright states that specific human traits can wind up giving you specific vampire powers.
Oh yeah? What are you thinking?
So, dear audience, we have reached the most indulgent possible time of night, which is 1, 2, 3, 4 a.m. Because here's the thing. We saw from Jenna that being someone who, like, gets ignored or overlooked can turn into a vampire that literally has fucking invisibility powers. Which is pretty cool. And we also see that, for some reason, Naja and Laszlo are very dead set against just turning Guillermo to make him stop being a threat. Like, extremely against it. In a way where Nandor reacts like, yeah, I can't talk them into this. Like, Nandor's never actually part of the no, we're not doing that. He's just kind of like, yeah, no, sorry, this is the only deal you're getting. I would like to bring up the fact that Guillermo's thing is being a fucking hunter of vampires. And one of the big taboos is vampires will not kill vampires, which just makes sense as a general, like, you know, you want to keep vampires from all wiping each other out in, like, an egotistical pissing contest kind of situation. That's usually why that rule is in place. But also, did y'all know that there's actually a species of carnivorous bat that eats prey that includes smaller species of bats? It's specifically from Mexico. It's native to the area. I think it could be possible, and this is in a dumb fandom idea that I think is fun kind of way. If Guillermo wound up the kind of vampire that could feed on other vampires, I think that would be fun, is all. Especially because, like, you know, presumably he wouldn't need to do that specifically all the time. He would just hunt humans, mostly. But also, I'm talking about the reversal of the predator-prey relationship snapping all the way around here.
For fun.
For fun! Also the bat in specific I found because I was looking up bats, like, from Mexico, because since, Guillermo's, like, specifically earmarked as being, like, what's the specific term?
Mestizo.
Yeah, he's like, native and shit, which I appreciate a lot. And tiny little bit Dutch. But, like, I was looking around, it's like, oh, this bat eats other bats and is, like, 4 or 5 fucking times the size of other bats, huh? And Nandor is also pretty powerful and weird and unique as vampires go. He's, I think the guide is the only other character besides him who regularly goes into mist form, which is a trick that he does sometimes, very specifically. He's extremely explicitly mentioned as being physically stronger than the others. The gold eye things. I just think maybe it'd be fun if Vampire Guillermo was a hunter of hunters still. I just think it'd be fun. Which would also be fun both for just regular continuity in terms of like, oh, okay then, that's the fun thing to think about. And also maybe Vampire Guillermo having to feed off of Nandor would be interesting. And then for the role swap, Panera fucking swap AU, it would just be funny because I think Guillermo would be trying to, like, keep it on the down low.
God.
very hard. But Nandor's like, yeah, I already know. I've lived with him for 10 years. Although that would also be an interesting way to parallel... Okay. Nandor's eating habits are bad. They're bad. He doesn't feed enough. Laszlo and Naja go out and, like, have a fun fucking feeding time on people, like going out to the park to eat. Laszlo will go and hunt with Naja and then decide he needs a fucking din-din off of a random neighbor. Like, Nandor doesn't hunt very often in the show. Like, we see him do it, like, once in the citizenship episode, and he gets, like, so depressed that he sends the dude off to talk to Guillermo instead, and he hunts with Guillermo watching over him, which is very cute, because at that point in time, Guillermo's not, like, revealed to be tough really much yet. And, like, I think Nandor has the vampiric equivalent of depression eating habits. Like, Guillermo brings home virgins for the household in general, and otherwise, when does Nandor hunt much? He usually stays in the house. He doesn't leave on his own very often at all. And we know from the Gale episode that for Guillermo, Nandor leaving the house and him not going with him is very rare. So, I do also like the idea that, like, okay, we haven't actually seen Nandor fully charged up on blood. Like, we haven't actually seen him, like, fully healthy yet. And I like the idea that a vampire Guillermo would be in a kind of similar state with vampires, because also, I'm just saying, Nandor then bringing him prey, though. It'd be cute, though, is the thing.
It would be cute. It would be cute. You're right. You're right.
Just, no, don't worry where I got it from. Yes, I'm headlocking this vampire assassin. It was a comedic accident. Haha, I'm so bumbling.
Teehee. Silly me. Oh, master, won't you forgive me? Haha. I'm so silly.
Well, Nandor, if you want us to cure this, fix this problem of you being... No, I must face my crimes. Okay. Ugh, the red bow, I love that.
Thank you.
I want Guillermo to go fashion fucking nuts someday on the show.
Please,
Dress up episode.
Please. I want it, please.
Just let him out of the sweaters. Let him go off, just the once.
I think it'd be good for him. I think it'd be really good for him.
Even just the outfits in the episode where he left to, like, work for another vampire for a bit, where he's in that cute, like, orange shirt.
Oh yeah, the yellow sweater, that was so cute.
That was so cute. Ugh. Okay, I've thought about this before, but a human Nandor, I don't think would just wear, like, sports memorabilia all the time. He would definitely, like, have the baseball, like, the basketball shirt and everything.
Oh yeah, athleisure, for sure.
Yeah, athleisure I could definitely see being his, like, around-the-house dress. Like, a lot of, like... God... I was talking about with Bugs how it would be kind of cute if after all the cult shit, Nandor did kind of keep up the athleisure thing a little bit, but in more his colors, and he would naturally gravitate to, like, dumb, goofy, overpriced athleisure stuff. So, am I describing Nandor gaining the wardrobe of an Instagram thirst trap? Yes.
I think it's
Do I
good
regret
for
it?
him.
No.
That's fine.
I think it's good for him if he had a cute, like, velour hoodie in, like, brown and gold and fucking red athleisure tights on. I'm just saying. Nandor dressed as Adam Sandler? I'm gonna mute you. I'm not going to do that. God, though. Hold up, when did... Okay, no, Guillermo's my age. He would have been an adult when those movies started coming out.
Which movie is he thinking of? Sport?
The fucking Adam... What the... You think Adam Sandler got invoked in our chat, Bugs?
Who? Huh? What? I'm not familiar. Sorry.
Uh-huh. Where does this bit end?
Smile? What?
No, Human Nandor would just like the water boy because he'd have a big crush on Feyruza Balk.
God.
He would. Frankenbugs stream censor the reviews. Oh, just wait, I've got advanced censoring technology. Next Psychonaut stream, I mean, next Deltarune stream, I'm outlawing a whole theory.
Hooray!
It's good for me.
Is.
I think Nandor would have a track record of really liking movies that are all in that, like, weird homoerotic, homoromantic, uncertain zone.
Uh-huh.
I think he would just really think that Dirty Rotten Scoundrels is just neat. That's all.
That's all. It's neat. It's neat. It's interesting.
It's fine. It's you know. It's there. Some of the jokes are kind of outdated and shady. He recognizes that, but Guillermo is just spending like 10 years of looking after this human. Just like, does he know he's bi? Does he know? Does he know? Does he know?
Surely, right? Surely, right. Nandor, look at me. Look at me. Do you know you're bi? Do you?
Yeah, there would be a moment of Laszlo just fucking ask him, you insufferable old fruit. Then it would be awkward. We work together.
God. Let's see. Let me futz with the settings here. Not connected only. Okay. That'll do. There we go. Now he looks like a vampire.
Yeah.
And a little
Yeah,
fucked up,
vampire
but that's
skin
fine.
color work is always tricky.
Oh God, isn't it?
With fan art for this specific show, I try to view with a kind eye towards that with Nandor, particularly.
Yeah.
God, that was the creepiest small detail of the cult episode. That he's wearing makeup.
Yes, to look more human. Oh.
Oh, it's so creepy. It like erases like the dark circles around his eyes, and it like wipes out his wrinkles a bit. Ugh. It's very uncanny. It's very easy to miss, especially since the missing teeth are much more noticeable in that ep. But I feel very strongly that episode wanders into like, oh, so they're fixating on acting correctly human around humans, even if it's like to the detriment of your own stress levels. I see. Alarm bells quietly go off as I realize that they're basically forcefully teaching masking. Oh. There's some strong parallels of, like, oh, this man's, all of the vampires read out is very non-neurotypical, but Nandor is autistic. I'm just saying.
Yep.
Yeah.
A little darker on the hair, I should think, actually.
Listen, I'm an autistic person who really likes being social and talking, so I spent a lot of my high school years functionally learning how to mask like a champ. It's not inherently bad. I think it's kind of what everyone has to do socially to some degree. Just some people don't notice that they're doing it, or that it's a learned trait, or it's easier to learn. But, it's one thing to have it be a social thing that you find interesting and enjoy studying, which is kind of how I feel about it. I think socialization is interesting. Social rules and social cues are very interesting, and it mostly just requires you to kind of, I don't know. There's a lot of shit people say is inherent, and they're all full of shit. And it's another thing to watch someone take how to act right classes. I know. It's like the sadder episodes of that episode are like they're kind of rough, but also whoa,
Yep.
oh,
Yep.
whoa,
Yep.
Nandor,
Nandor.
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 You can find happiness without all of this. You just need some hobbies, man.
Mm-hmm.
You need stuff to do. Which we've been talking about hobbies for him, and we decided that it would actually be cute if he got into cooking, even though he can't eat. He just makes food, learns how to make it, and likes the smell, and gives the food to Guillermo to eat, and occasionally food gets sent over to, like, Sean's house out of self-defense. Which, you just know Laszlo shows up with, like, a box of cupcakes like, "Look what I got you!"
God.
Fucks me up that Nandor specifically said decades when he talked about not being happy. Yeah, I think some of the stuff he said was designed to hurt Guillermo, though. I think some of the stuff he said is the stuff you say when you kind of hate yourself and you're trying to convince someone else who's trying to help to hate you too, because you feel like that's what you need to do, because you're in the middle of, like, super bad brain shit.
Mm-hmm.
Which, learning how to stop do that is hard, even with, like, help learning how to do it. Like, yeah, not centuries, not years, he very specifically chose an amount of time that encompasses, like, when Guillermo has been in his life. Which is a contrast with, like, Guillermo being like, I've never seen him like this before. Which,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Guillermo has any reason to, like, lie about that, or, like, sugarcoat it or anything. Like, especially considering how distinct his depressive period is. And that's the thing. Because the fact that Nandor went to that kind of length is very like,
What are you
I
doing
see,
that for,
I see,
bud?
I see.
What's going on?
Why,
Why you gotta do that?
Why is it specifically Guillermo that you need to drive away? And you could have just turned around and left at any point during that conversation, you know? You could have just, if you really didn't have anything to prove or anything you were trying to, like, convince Guillermo of, then could have just left, huh?
Could've just left.
Very easily, even without your powers. It's not like Guillermo was physically trying to stop you. Hey, by the way, he also sure still followed Guillermo back out, huh? Just followed him. Guillermo was holding him by the wrist and let go of him several times.
And every single time he took Guillermo's hand again.
Yep. Like, there's the whole scene where Guillermo goes in to rescue him and, like, drags him out, and he stops repeatedly to fight other vampires, and Nandor stays in place and just shouts like, "Oh no, don't do that, that's Travis! Look out, Travis!" Like, that's the worst he does. And then Guillermo grabs him by the wrist again, and he goes again. Like, and you can't tell me that even, like, it is implied that he wasn't able to drink blood the entire time he was there. I theorize that probably what was happening is that they were being given, like, animal blood, and it was probably treated as a, like, medical emergency / weakness.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, I guess if you can't handle it, here's your half a cup of cow's blood. Meanwhile, the cult leader was almost certainly sneaking out to kill humans like normal, is what I would assume. Possibly, like, in the interim before the teeth stuff. Ugh. Yeah, Guillermo tells him to stay with him, and he does. That's kind of what it boils down to.
I'm so normal about this. I feel so
Even
normal
at his
about
worst, even at his total worst, he still, like, goes with him. He gets in the car, and, like, what kind of kills me is, like, okay, and then he really thought that if he just hurt Guillermo again, if he was like, did you ever think about the idea that maybe I'm happy like this? Maybe I'm like, between the lines, I could be happy without you. You don't know. You don't know better than me. You do know better than me in this case, but... And he just kind of thought that'd be it. And instead it's like, oh, Guillermo set up Silver on the seatbelt ahead of time. And the chains ahead of time. He went into this knowing Nandor wasn't gonna want to go. And he still went to get him. And kept it up. And didn't tell anyone what he was doing until afterwards.
We love a fucking Yeta boss.
We do. You like Guillermo's smirk when Nandor realizes about the
Yes!
seatbelts?
Oh my god,
Yeah.
that was so fucking funny.
Oh my god. I just love it too, because that whole scene you get this like dreadful, intense like face journey of him like listening to Nandor and like processing and just very visibly being like hurt and then just, yeah, we're going. Which, especially good considering spoiler warning for the very end of the episode and dark subject matters, shit went the way that cults fucking do sometimes.
Yep.
Ugh. Gorgeously done, though. Guillermo is really girl bossing this season. He's Guillermo bossing.
You love to see it.
God, I feel like until I see this next episode, I'm not gonna have any idea of what's going on in the finale. But then I
Same.
say that, and I remember that the episode before the finale for season 2 was the Witches episode. Which, I don't know how I would have gone from that to what the finale of season 2 was. I still remember the shock of being like, Guillermo left? Guillermo left?
Yeah,
What do you
just
mean he left?
He just left? After
But
all that, he
he-
just left? What?
After all that, he's just gone? And it's, oh shit, so, I don't know, I have no idea what could be happening there, but I'm excited, TBF, these last 3 eps are specifically said as an arc, yeah, but also, these writers, man, I don't know. Like, even the intonation that Jen adopted while she ran the cult was an intentionally calculated thing. I love Cree Summer. Cree Summer, I'm just saying, when I was a bitty child, I had a bit of a crush on number 5.
Mm-hmm.
So, just saying, ma'am. I appreciate these things. Also, Jesus Christ, Lethal.
Hmm? Oh, you like him?
Yeah.
You like him?
Guillermo deserves to be a vampire because he's going to be unfairly hot.
True.
I like the man, what can I say? Is that mesh, says Virtual Pets.
Yes. Yes.
Listen.
Yes.
Hey, Jolene Ghoul.
Hi.
Yeah, we got we PNG tubers over here. We representing the second dimension.
Thank you.
We're finishing up a stream where we just basically talked about gay vampires, and then before that we talked about gay human and aliens. We got a brand here.
Yeah, red.
Also, someone way earlier was joking about Nandor being an actual, like, enthusiastic LARPer, and you're right.
That would be cute.
He does probably have 1 or 2 bans for going too hard with the foam swords.
Yes, absolutely.
Like, I have been asked not to come back. Or accidental injuries. But I've been trying to figure out how to write out his cadence because I kind of love it a lot. He puts the stress on, like, the middles of words. I really love it.
Can I help you, Sophie? What is it?
Sophie!
Come here, bub.
Me sitting here kind of wanting to catch up on what you do in the shadows now because
Do
people
it.
are killing
Do
me,
it.
Guillermo's
Do it.
particularly.
Do it.
I don't know if
Do
I have
it.
room for another interest in my brain yet.
Do it.
I'll be honest, I feel like recently I've finally unlocked how to, like, just... this is the most fucking late millennial thing
Oh no,
to
same.
reference.
The fucking multi-track hyperfixation
The
hit
multi-track...
me too. Yeah.
The multi-track CD player,
God
where you
fucking
can
knows
load it up
why,
with, like,
but...
6 distinct CDs. That's where I'm at right now. I
Yeah.
can swap on over to Psychonauts 2 if at a minute's fucking notice, but right now we're playing the hits, baby. You two gave me Deltarune and Psychonauts already? Yeah, well, you keep showing up.
Listen, you can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave, okay?
I joke sometimes about, like, back when we first started, I distinctly remember having talks with Bugs of, like, ah, man, it's gonna suck when, like, we switch over from, like, being really into Half-Life into, like, something else. I hope, like, we'll still have an audience because we're kind of, like,
Yeah!
building up with Half-Life, and then it's like, oh no, it turns out we can just drag people with us to other
Come
things.
here! We're normal streamers. Come here.
It's fine. It's normal.
It's
It's fine.
fun.
It's okay. Come closer. You want to cry about
Yeah.
Augustus? It'll happen. What we do in the shadows, I'm glad that I got into it at this point, because I think I still would have gotten really into it, like, during Season 2, but I also feel like I just got to cheat and, like, skip to all this good shit right now. I would love to see them make the comic books an actual thing. Honestly, I feel like a Psychonauts comic book series would be really dope. That'd be fun. Uh-huh.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Hi.
It's the end of our show. What are you talking about? It's
Oh.
1 a.m.
Oh. Oops. I was too lost in the sauce.
Well, we should rest your hand anyways.
Golly, thank
But it
you
is, in
guys.
Yeah, goddamn.
Whoa. Whoa.
Y'all have been wildly supportive, even, like, accounting for random 00 factor supporter
My
Georg.
God.
Y'all are still incredibly generous. Yeah, it's ending time. We can't go that much further sometimes we go past 1 a.m. There is always a cost.
Here's the thing. Sophie, you gotta go potty soon? Yeah. So that's also why we're wrapping up. So, let's look at some fan art.
Let's look at some fan art and close up for the night.
Alright, let's see. Where were we last? Oh, right here. Antler Punk drew this really cool Chris. Make like a pop punk kid and get out of this town, Deltarune. Oh, I need to turn off the snack thing. That's
Yeah,
so
probably.
fucking cool.
Yeah, I really love this Chris design, and I really love the, like, angular way you describe kind of, like, the bulk of the clothing and the, like, really bulky, like, sweatshirt over, like, just shorts and what looks like maybe, like, tights or something. That makes a lot of sense to me, like, character-wise, and it introduces, like, a great sense of mood.
Yeah, seriously, the posture is so good. I love the detailing on the shoes. Just gorgeous.
Yeah, the untied shoelaces feel very right. In the Deltarune Chapter 2 for Distant Third Place I've been working on, I came up with the detail that Chris has, like, scribbled on, like, black and red Sharpie nails.
Oh, I love that.
And I feel like this is very much the same genre of Chris.
Oh, I love the way the hair sticks out, too. This is so cool, Antler Punk. I love what you do with lines. Thank you so much. Right, Turon.
Thank you for sharing.
I've never drawn a Vortigant before, but Babby was too cute to resist. Oh! Oh, jumping like a frog! Oh, I love that! Oh, the little overalls with the hands sticking out!
Oh, I
Oh,
love
and the
that! I love
hose!
that!
Oh my god! This
And
is
look
a-
at, like, the little...
This
Look
is
at the
your
little
first
lacy
time? This is
edging
amazing!
on the overalls and
Oh,
the
that's
chubby
so
little neck.
cute! The little
love
straw
this.
baby. The neck muscles are great. I love the way you have
Yeah.
this fat bunch here. So much like a frog. I really love this.
I think
Such
that's perfect. I also
strong
love the...
posing.
No, wait, let me put this down first!
Thank you,
No,
Right
baby wants
Turon.
upsies. You do not have choice about baby wanting upsies.
My god, this fucking rules. Thank you.
Yeah! I'm very glad you all like that, because I'm actually always a little bit shy of talking about fan baby concepts,
Same.
but baby Vortigons, but baby Vortigons, but baby Vortigons.
Oh, it's from Cause. Really like
Oh,
how this
fuck.
came out, actually. Also, Chat and I are taking your giant pretzel bar. Sorry.
God.
No! Oh, look, with the cape. Oh, Frankie. You're a Frankenstein and I could be a vampire.
That's cute!
Oh, that's cute. I love that. I love your
Uh,
expression.
Yeah!
Oh, my
Also, I just always really
pretzels.
love how you draw me, and especially considering we were talking tonight about the fucking love of big, meaty, fat arms. I really love them on here.
Seriously. Oh, look at the teeth pattern on your shirt. This is
Yeah, that's a cute
wonderful.
touch!
I love how you do the
It's
expressions on
true.
the bug. So cute. So
Yeah,
cute.
and the fucking peanut butter pretzels just... I do feel somehow
Pretzel.
chat gets crumbs across the entirety of
Pretzel.
chat somehow.
Pretzel.
I don't know how that works, but that's true.
Talented. Thank you. Oh,
Thank you
Cuppy.
so much, Cause.
What's this, Cuppy?
Uh-huh, I'm pressing play. Oh no! What did you do?
Uh, uh, Cuppy!
Happy, you are a wonderful and fucking ascendant talent. I swear to fucking God.
Cuppy, you made this so fucking fast! What's wrong with you?
This got posted at 12:48 a.m. God.
Thank you,
God,
Cuppy. I
God,
like the
God,
new
thank
avatar.
Thank you. The new avatar is very cute.
Oh, Adrian, what's
Whoa,
this?
Adrian.
Oh!
Yeah! Oh!
Yes!
Oh.
Yes, yes,
Oh,
yes,
the blushing.
yes, yes,
Oh, the blushing.
yes,
I
yes,
can't lie.
yes,
Okay.
yes, yes,
Real talk,
yes,
we've been
yes,
talking about
yes.
how the thing about getting into this series is
Oh,
now
the pins are
suddenly
great.
we are having to fucking anime train up. Me in writing and Bugs in drawing. How the fuck do you convey someone is experiencing the emotions that lead to blushing when a motherfucker can't blush?
This is so
So I do love
fucking
seeing the
good.
opposite. I love seeing the opposite here. I love
Yes.
it's good, it's good,
Oh
it's
my god,
good.
the double hands on the face, the expression here. Oh,
Yes!
Adrian, you're killing. Adrian, listen to me. Post this on
Uh-huh.
Instagram and tag Harvey.
Yeah, do it. He's on there. He's posting songs to
That's
ship art.
him. That sound was him going to read Insta. It. I don't use Instagram a lot. Thank you, Adrian. This
Thank
is
you, Adrian.
fucking wonderful.
I'm glad you drew along. I'm glad you were inspired. I'm glad that we've fucking successfully hooked you into this nonsense.
I'm so fucking glad. Thank you, Adrian.
Yes.
Cuppy Dog City.
Oh.
Curse of horrified
Baby's
chat.
first loaf.
I've been
Baby's
thinking about
first
this horse
loaf.
because I've learned his name roughly means my universe. Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, what a beautiful horse face too. It's so sad.
Yeah,
Baby's
with the
first
armor
loaf.
on and everything.
And the
I also love the
wings.
like evocative like spike pile of chat going on here. That's really good.
I have to scoot Frankie over to see that little face.
Oh, this must have been when I talked about the horse
Incredibly
reincarnation. I see now. That's my fault. I understand.
You can also learn now the sad truth that Frankie on our start screen's hair is slightly transparent.
It does that sometimes. Don't worry about it. I have to wash it soon. Okay.
Thank you,
Get off
Cuppy.
my back.
Oh, cause.
Thank you.
I'm so normal. I'm not going to get hit over the head with a new interest. I'm so normal. Oh my god, the expressions.
Come closer.
Vampire hammer.
Come closer.
These expressions are very good. Very, very, very good. Oh my god.
This is, in fact, the precise mood. It's true. It's what we do.
Thank you, Cause. Thank you, everyone. All the fucking fan art tonight.
Yeah,
All
thank
the
y'all,
support.
honestly.
My god.
I'm always very touched that y'all, like, draw along with us for stuff.
Yeah, seriously. Okay, I have to figure out where I'm going to raid you to. As for upcoming plans, if my capture card cooperates, maybe Kingdom Hearts. If the next episode of
Yeah.
What We Do in the Shadows pops off, we might just do another one of these on Friday.
Yeah, we'll see how much brainworms we have or not. Just whatever we do on Friday will probably involve talking about What We Do in the Shadows. Hopefully we'll be feeling well enough
Ew.
and internet will be good enough to do something then, but y'all know. We'll let y'all know. We'll let y'all know.
Ew. Twitch fucking recommended me that creep from Carboys. Ugh.
Ew.
Let's see.
That
Hang on.
motherfucking cockroach is still around?
He's
Fuck
still
off.
around, yeah.
Ugh. Motherfucker.
Let's see. Anyone have any
But yeah.
recommendations?
If anyone you know right now is streaming that you would like us to raid them to, especially if they are someone with about our audience size or smaller, so long as there's someone who, you know, you can vouch for some degree for, like, tone, chill, well, not even chill, just a good time, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And, seriously, y'all, thank you for the support tonight. This was
Good
fucking wild.
fucking god, yeah.
Especially since we had two very funny combos of things to talk about. Bugs was mad at me for the title. I came up with the title this time.
Oh, I know. Hey, you guys want to see a otter grooming itself?
Yeah.
Or
Let's send them to Otter.
I think
Let's
it's
send them
grooming
to
a
Otter.
baby. Marine mammal rescue. Okay, everyone. Go have fun with Otter.
As always, thank you all so much, good lord, for all of the support tonight. It means the fucking world to us. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for giving out gift subs. Thank you for giving up Prime subs. Thank you for just following, for giving us your attention, for showing up here to hang out. Thank you for donating. Fucking special end of stream double shout out to Random Double Zero Factor.
Jesus
Fucking enjoy
Christ,
your
yeah,
vacation.
thank
Holy
you.
shit, thank
Have
you.
fun,
Extremely
thank you.
thank you. But also thank you to everyone else who donated for, like, individual drawings. The fact that y'all have been donating when we do these draw and discuss streams brings us that much closer to being able to let Bugs make money with art in a way that lets, like, us chase our interests, which is good for the mental health of the creator and also lets us do other stuff like live and pay bills, and it means a whole lot to us. And just in general, thank you so much for being here, making clips, making fan art, hanging out, talking in chat, being silent, watching the VODs later. I see you. And we will see you next time.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, we're both just like, oh yeah, we got a $420 fucking donation.
Yeah, holy shit.